All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast here on a lovely Wednesday. Good to see you, early birds. Welcome to the show. All right. Good morning. What's up, Kyle? What's up, Kalika? Evil Does. Welcome back in here, Stormy. What's up, Tima? Good morning to the daily check-ins popping in as well. Liking that rupee for the day. Thank you. Let me go ahead and make a post in the Discord, and then we can lock in here. All right, Discord post made. And we're good to lock in. Lock in on them. What up, G-Ski? Toffee Coffee. Good morning, Ebony Bow, Leafeon. Quick shout outs to Quince 3, Red Museum, Mahogany Chica, Astronomical. Quick shout outs over to Chell Dog, Perfect Lester, Kate, Huda, Mike 84. Good morning, everyone. You know, I never got a chance to show off my Terrytown statues yesterday. All right. Load in. Let's load in. I actually love the song of this town. Rock out for a second here. What up, Titus? Good to see you, buddy. All right. Do. Let's see if our tablet's working here this morning. Okay, she's working. All right, we don't need the voice guidance for this, though.
Guidance deactivating.
And then let's go get our daily bonus real quick. Yesterday sucked. What's up, Lemons and Limes? Good morning. Yo, Treasure coming in with the 6 months, dude. Thanks, man. Yo, first sub of the day, dude. Good to see you. Ooh, we got a hearty meal. All right, we'll save that for later. We earned the Zonai Power User medal. Zonai Power User. Okay. Yo, thank you, Treasure. Appreciate you, dude. Some lookout landing. So there's actually some treasure we can lock into right here this morning. Some memories. Right in front of me.
This is one of the Skyview towers that Pura designed to aid in the restoration of Hyrule. Though it is not quite finished, we have Hudson Construction to thank for how quickly it is coming along. Now, if only Pura could have similar success finding any volunteers to use the paraglider to survey the land from above.
And we were that volunteer. We were so-called volunteer, I suppose. I still think that
I'm about to back that thing up.
Oh.
I'm about to back it up. Yeah, what you know about that?
Oh my gosh.
Challenge me?
Mary with the 54, dude.
Heck yeah.
H
So
Des
happy to be
bounces
here
in
with
the
all of you
chat,
H
dude.
Day wiggle, H day cuddle.
H Des bounces, dude. Thank you, Mary, coming in with 54 months, dude. Good morning, and thank you for the continued support and patronage to the broadcast, to the journey, to the dream. Appreciate you. Thank you again, Treasure, as well. I appreciate that. I was going to say, I think one of my favorite things about this game is the surveying the sky. It is absolutely one of the most beautiful sequences in the game. The first time I ever went up one of these, all the way to the last time, right now. This never, ever gets old, man. This is such a beautiful experience, dude. I love the song that plays, everything. Where's my wingsuit at? Mo. Minute, Mo. Mo money. Mo. Moment. Oh my gosh, dude. Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 edition is crazy pretty, dude. No way, dude. Yeah, dude, I know. Famed Guardian, it's insane, dude. This game is so gorgeous, dude. Oh my god. Let's do it again while we're saying good morning to people. And we could just, this time we'll just glide down. Again. Wee! Wee! This game's insane. What's up, Space Bruja? Good to see you today, bud. Thank you for 9 months, man. How you been? Good to see you back in here, Space. What you been up to, dude? Good to see Bruja in the building. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Yo, what's up, Mills Art Nook? When I asked to describe it to a friend, I said it feels like an entirely different game, and I stand by that. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I kind of agree with that statement. We should probably do some cooking before we head out here today. Yo, good morning, Solidus. Good to see you, buddy. Good morning, Alto Girl. Sage the Spirit, good to see you as well. The Zelda icons for NSO. Let's go check them out real quick. Came back from a trip to Olympic National Park. Dude, Olympic National Park, where's that at? I don't know if I've ever heard of that, dude. That sounds great. Might get the Switch 2 as a birthday present. I saw a Nintendo tweet with ACNH and it made me want it. I'll tell you this much. Waiting right now is okay. I think it's gonna be relatively smooth to get your hands on a Switch 2 over time. So I don't think it's gonna be a bad to wait a little bit. And isn't it going to be a day when they announce the Animal Crossing for Switch 2, man? Holy heck. I am not going to be able to breathe for 24 hours straight when they announce that game, dude. My body's not prepared. Yeah, dude. Gonna be pretty awesome, man. Something that we'll be able to share together as a community, to be sure. The new island's been fun though. New island's been a blast. Got lucky with Target 2 days ago, but barely slept, man. I freaking love it. Nice, dude. Did you pick up Mario Kart as well? Mario Kart's fun. Fun game. What's up, Stratocaster? Enjoy your coffee and your morning vibes. Thank you, dude. I got my coffee right here. Cheers. Birthday's in August. What's up, gamer lady? I'm gonna go check out these icons real quick. I bought Mario Kart icons. I didn't see Zelda ones, or at least I didn't look for them. Oh, it's the classics. Oh, these are amazing. Oh, these are nice. This is cool. I might have to buy every single one of these. I have until the end of the month. I might have to buy every single one of these. These are cool. These are super old school. Oh, and they have Ocarina of Time. Oh, okay. These are dope. These are fire. This is some classic art from the Ocarina of Time game. Like, this is like actually concept art. The cool part about this is that this is all concept art, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure all of this stuff is like from like art books and stuff. This is like concept art stuff. Yeah, this isn't just like icons they made for the Switch. Like, this is some OG art right here. I've seen this picture on the internet for 20 years of my life, and I'm pretty sure this is original like concept art. That's cool. That's real nice. Neato. Yes, sir. Nice. Dude, I'm glad you're enjoying your Switch too. What's up, Oz? I did something for the first time. I did a Discord challenge and I got some sleeves for MTG Arena. Dude, that's actually sick. I didn't think those Discord challenges would ever have anything that I was interested in, but I'm a pretty big fan of MTG Arena. I haven't been playing, I've been playing TCG Pocket, but pretty big fan of Arena. How do I check the recipes on something? Here we go. Beep, bo, 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 bo. Oh, this is cool. It's Peepo Wednesday. It is Wide Wednesday. That is true. Yo, what's up, Alith? Good morning. Get ourselves some meals cooked up. Get ourselves some mealios cooked up. Let's just go for this. How much of the other stamina stuff do I have? 90? Okay. just want to get ourselves some foods cooked. I realized we were getting low. There's honestly nothing worse than not having like prepared food in this game. You just want to be able to do stuff, you know? Climbing walls. What's up, Leia? Good to see you. Make sure to drink lots of water. Take care of yourself in this heat. Yes, dude. Or this heat will take care of you. All right. We got ourselves some food. We got ourselves some attack food, some defense food, whatever. A couple more pieces of couple more meals and I think I'm good. I don't have a ton of Endura shrooms, which is the suck. So we need a couple more of regular stamina food. What's up, Wacko? What's up, Prof Unknown? Yes, welcome back. Day 2 of our lore journey through Tears of the Kingdom. Yesterday was a lot of fun. I figured we'd come back and do some more. We had all sorts of fun discussions yesterday. Ooh, nice. You're going on a villager hunt? Very cool. I wonder if my campsite villager is ready to move in yet. All right, I think we're good. I think we're good out here, baby. All right, and then before we get started, I think I would like to go to a Great Ferry. And let's go see what's up with gear upgrades. Because I'm slowly but surely trying to upgrade all my gear in this game. And over time, I just collect random materials and then I go check and see if there's any upgrades waiting for me. So I'm going to do that real quick. While we're just chatting and saying good morning to everybody. How's your morning been so far? So far, so good? Okay, this Great Ferry's right up here. What up, Tampert? What up, Perpetrator? All right, what are we doing here? Let's see. Nice. We finally collected enough Arakudo eyeballs to upgrade to level 2 wingsuit, which is something I've been trying to do for a while. I never got level 2 wingsuit in this save file. It was only on my other one. So I'm really happy about this. We finally have the no fall damage outfit. Let's go ahead and get that set up. Very happy about the no fall damage here. Do 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 do. Hope you're feeling good today, Tamperp. Hope you're on the mend. Take it easy. All right. I'm so happy, dude. The last time I tried to upgrade this gear, I was out of Arakudo eyes. I'm so happy we got that nice, dude. We have fall damage is now locked in. All right, what other suits can we upgrade from here? All right, here's my Hylian trousers are already level 4. So that's all level 4. Here I needed Lionel guts. Unfortunately, I need 2 more Lionel guts to lock in level 4 of the armor. So we're gonna wait. I like to do them all at once, the upgrades. I need 1 more Lizavul's tail, frick. And I can do level 3 of that outfit. I need 1 more Ice Breath Lizavul's tail to do level 3 of this outfit. I need a good amount more Electric tails. I need a ton of Swift Violets to get level 4 of our climbing suit. Ooh, but I do have enough stuff to get level 2 of my barbarian armor. We're gonna go ahead and lock that in. Nice. Having the volume loud while talking to the fairies, the most awkward thing to do. It is, dude. Got some pain, but I'm getting better. I'm glad to hear you're doing better. Some of these materials are weird. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, our luchadore suit needs a ton more Gibdo bones. Yo, thank you, Smitty, for 41 months, dude. Holy heck, what up, dude? What up, Smitty? All right. We can at least afford to do the Royal Guard pants up to level 1 here. How y'all been? I've been good, dude. How are you, man? All right. Nice. Getting them upgrades, baby. You love to hear it. Yo, good morning, random reject in a Mad's world. All right. We need Frox Fangs to get this to level 2. So I need to go fight some Froxes. I need to fight some Frox boys. What about my mining suit? Oh, my mining suit. I need 9 large zonite and I can upgrade to level 4. Ooh, we could upgrade to level 3 of the Ember set if we want. I think that's worth it. I think it's worth it to do it. Let's do it. The Ember set's pretty badass. Got Resident Evil 4 and Pokemon Shield recently for the first time ever. Nice, dude. Shield's dope. Did you go with Grookey? Grookey gang? Resident Evil 4 is a classic. Oh, wow. We can instantly upgrade to level 4, but let's not do that. Yeah, Grookey, of course, man. Grookey's the dopest. That whole generation's okay, but Grookey is superior. Love the Ember set. First time you saw it light up, I geeked out pretty hard. Yeah, dude, it's pretty cool that it lights up. I agree with that. I usually do these upgrades off stream, but I figured we'd start off today and get some of these upgrades in. We can also upgrade this set as well. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, sorry to hear that, Lizzie J. I hope you feel better soon, Lizzie J. All right, let's go ahead and do the whole Frostbite set to level 3. My goal is to have all the armor sets upgraded to level 4 by the end of my journey with this game. I am trying to do a full 100%, so even though these upgrades aren't a part of the in-game 100%, it's still something that I'm going to want to do eventually, so I just slowly do it. Yo, thank you, Smitty, for the gifted over to Violet Purple, man. Thank you for that, Smitty. I appreciate you. I respect you. You know I don't expect that good love here. Violet Purple, enjoy a gifted. You picked a good one, even if it was random. Yo, what up, Tails? Inquire, we get to sing pieces of The Greatest Showman and Rent. I saw The Greatest Showman for the first time recently. Is that the movie with Hugh Jackman? I just saw that for the first time recently. It was dope. All right, we're not going to level this up. We need more electric Lizavul's tails. Oh, but here we go. This is the set I was struggling to upgrade because I didn't have enough of the Captain Construct level 1 horns. I still don't. Look, I need more of those freaking Captain Construct horns. Frick. We gotta go farm Captain Construct level 1s. Oh, appreciate you, Smitty. No worries, bud. All right. Oh, snow boots would needed Nadra scales to get to level 4. We're definitely locking those in. I like having level 4 of all the different boots and stuff. Whoa, she snatched them up. She snatched them up. Uh-oh. All right. Anything else in here? What do we got? All right, how's our wind set looking? Okay, our wind set is level 20 fully. We need to start upgrading this set, the Ancient Heroes aspect, because I haven't been able to use it because it's pretty weak. We could do the Fierce Deity mask. Let's do that. Or with a single Dinral scale that we have. Yeah, let's do that. Yo, good morning, Miss Pirate. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade our first upgrade of the Ancient Heroes aspect. I'm actually super happy about this. We can maybe start using that in battle. All right, nice. A good amount of upgrades locked in, dude. We still need a ton of materials, but I don't even make a list of materials I need anymore. I straight up just, I don't even bother making a list of materials. I just try to pick everything up. I try to always move at a pace where I can pick up all the bugs around me. I just pick everything up, man. All right, let's get some more of these voice memories that are in this area. We got a voice memory right in the middle here. What's up, Mushy Noodle?
When I told Pura of my plan to venture beneath the castle to investigate the gloom, she expressed strong opposition.
Okay, hold on. Let me adjust it real quick. Sometimes I have to disconnect and reconnect.
I planned to venture beneath the castle to investigate the gloom. She expressed strong opposition. That Link would accompany me did not sway her in the slightest. It was only my suggestion to establish an outpost here, a place to observe the gloom from and to reach the hidden path beneath the castle, that earned her begrudging acceptance.
Wait a second. So let me read that again. So she wanted to venture beneath the castle to investigate the gloom. That Link would accompany me did not sway her in the slightest. It was only a suggestion to establish an outpost here, a place to observe the gloom from, and to reach the hidden path beneath the castle that earned her begrudging. And that's the funny part, though, is because her choosing to explore the gloom beneath the castle was the whole thing that set off the whole events of the whole game. So in a funny way, Piora was right. Piora was like, you really shouldn't be doing that. So, yep, well, Piora strikes again. Link is the biggest pack rat I've ever met. True. Yo, what's up, Mushy Noodles? Good to see you today, man. I hope you enjoy your breakfast. Hang in there. All right, let's go to the last voice memory in Lookout Landing, which is over here, I think. Check it. It might be up here. Yeah, this game's on the Switch too. The Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 edition might be the best Switch 2 game. I've been making jokes about it. I've been making jokes about how it's somehow managed to be the best Switch 2 game. Dude, how come I never noticed this weird Guardian canister here? What the heck is this? What's going on with this? How come I've never noticed this? This weird, like, Guardian trash can. Could you imagine if they converted the Guardian into a literal trash can? This is just a recycling machine. They just converted it into a recycling machine. Like what is this? How come I never noticed this? What does it do? Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue. All right, hold on. Let me put on my Korok mask fit. Oh, is this where the Puripad was? Was the Puripad sitting in this thing, like charging or something? Is this just a charging station for my Switch 2? Is that what this is? Yo, good morning, Dolore. This is just a charging station for my Switch 2? Oh, I see. Oh, you mean the Puripad. Oh, okay. My bad. Figure it out, Hylian.
There are many things we can learn from history. After all, we would not have known to prepare for the calamity if we had not studied ancient relics from our past. Knowing this, and having seen the passion of the archaeologists I've met on my travels, I have decided to form a team to survey ancient ruins and texts across Hyrule. I am sure there are many things we can learn from them as we restore the land.
Cool. So the creation of the Zonai research team. I don't know if I knew that the Zonai research team was actually a Zelda thing. Right? I didn't know she was the one who started the team. I actually didn't know that. I always thought it was a Pura thing. To think the opponent that King Sidon is fighting against is none other than the Demon King. I have lived a very long time and experienced countless battles of an immense scope in my day. The greater the battle, the greater sorrow that is left in its wake. I dearly wish that our King Sidon will not have to experience any such sorrow. Those geoglyphs that have appeared in different regions, I believe they are the key to finding Princess Zelda. At the moment, I am conducting an investigation that follows the rivers and waterways throughout Hyrule. You say that you've personally visited all the geoglyphs already? Well, bravo. Such an accomplishment is expected of one capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with King Sidon. I see. So that was the grand plan behind the geoglyphs. I suppose that means that both we and the geoglyphs have accomplished our goal. My work on that task is done. I will order those whom I sent to investigate to return at once. Interesting. I guess I never talked to this guy. You know what? We never did Lookout Landing in Storyteller Sunday. I realized this Lookout Landing was the one place we had left for Storyteller Sunday, dude. We had Lookout Landing. We were gonna go to the Typhlo Ruins, and there was like 3 or 4 stables on this side of the map that we didn't get to. So this makes sense. No wonder I've never fully explored Lookout Landing the way that I did in every other town, every other province. I've explored thoroughly, but that's why there's stuff here that I'm interacting with for the first time, because I was like saving this content for a Storyteller Sunday. It was going to be the final episode and we never got a chance to finish it. I never talked to any of these NPCs like in detail. I want to see what he has to say here real quick. To think that they were a message to you from Princess Zelda. Encountering such profound mysteries is one of the gifts of living such a long life. Now that our investigation of the geoglyphs has concluded, we will turn our attention to helping elsewhere. However, since we cannot fly, we cannot help with Master Hearth's investigation of the Sky Islands. I doubt that I, one who withdrew from the front lines long ago, can help with Lady Bolaria's weapon strengthening either. Perhaps I can be of some use to Josha's investigation of the depths. Though I may just end up being an hindrance due to my lack of resistance to gloom. Oh, sorry, old man. Does this game have endgame content, or is it over after I beat the game? It has endgame content. Yeah, you can beat the game and then you can keep playing. You get like a little star next to your save file that acknowledges that you beat it. And then from there, honestly, everything's the same. I will tell you that it's not like you unlock anything special for beating the game. But you can keep playing. The game acknowledges that you beat it. And then it continues to go from there. And you can do all the completionism stuff, the collectathon stuff. That's really the end game. It's collectathons and exploring, seeing more of the content available in the world. But there's nothing that like unlocks after you beat the game. It's, you know, it's just more game. Yeah, I've been planning to finish that last episode of Storyteller Sunday. I just haven't had a chance to go back and see where we left off exactly. So we're going to have to do that, obviously, even though we just talked to this old man and we've kind of already started, you know? Very cool. I didn't realize that dude had a special interaction involving the geoglyphs. Yeah, we've been up here before though. You know, I always do some light exploring. I haven't paid attention to everything in detail. That was the whole point of Storyteller Sunday, was to pay attention to everything in like such detail that we don't miss like anything. And that the whole concept was I would do the reading for you. You know, I would talk to every single NPC so that you could get all the lore that you missed. Because if you're like me, you probably didn't read every single bit of text around the game, you know? All right, sick. So there's some Zelda memories up here. Let's go into Hyrule Town here and let's go see what's up with these Zelda memories. I still have one temple left in Goron City because I've been so busy exploring the depths. Yo, what's up, Duel Master? Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, no problem, Nimi-Khan. Yeah, questions are always welcome. No problem. Thank you for the follow. Enjoy the show today. If you have any questions about the game, you're welcome to ask. Any more questions? Right now, we're kind of just doing some light exploring, and we're trying to get lore today via these things called voice memories. So when they release the Switch 2 version of this game, they release these things called voice memories. And through voice memories, we can learn more about the world here at Hyrule. So there's voice memories of Zelda on Hyrule, of Rauru in the sky, and a guy named Koga in the depths. And we're just kind of going through and learning all about this different lore. Like here's one coming up right now.
A memorial. It is said that spirits who are weighed down with regret when they pass on sink deep beneath the ground and wander in search of light. I will place similar memorials at scenes of great loss and pray they will bring light to those wandering souls.
So she's talking about Pose, right? She's totally talking about Pose because the Pose are in the depths. It is said that spirits who are weighed down with regret, when they pass on, they sink deep beneath the ground and wander in search of light. I will place similar memorials at scenes of great loss and pray that they will bring light to those wandering souls. She's kind of referencing Pose a little bit, maybe. Oh yeah, Pose are in a bunch of Zelda games, going all the way back to going all the way back to A Link to the Past, potentially even Zelda 1, but I don't think they were called Poes in Zelda 1. But there were ghost creatures, but I don't believe they were named Poes until A Link to the Past is when they originally got their first name, the Poe.
H-Day Grow.
Yo, Remix, thank you for 59 months, man. I appreciate you, dude. Good to see you back in here. Fun fact about the Zelda game, if you were in the depths, you would be at the location that has 2 shadow weapons. What, right here? Oh yeah, you're right. I have them marked off. This game is so intimidating sometimes. I have one playthrough with 230 hours. It's so hard to come back knowing I have so much to do. Yeah, these games will do that to you for sure. That's why, like, I've been recommending people to just beat the game, because if you, at least if you beat the game, you don't come back with that overwhelming feeling that you have yet to beat the game. You know what I mean? So like, I always recommend to people nowadays, I'm like, yo, you should just beat the game. Like, no matter what you do, no matter what your goal is, no matter how much content you want to see, I think you should just beat it. Because if you keep stretching it out, you're never going to beat it. And then you're never going to experience the whole game, because you're just going to get burnt out, or you're going to run into an issue like you do, where you take a break and you come back and it's too hard to get back into it. So I can't recommend it enough to people. Like, just finish the game. If you have the opportunity, just beat it. And then you can come back and play it as much as you want. I know, right? Perfect, Lester. It's tough though, because as gamers, we all are, a lot of us are perfectionists and completionists rather. And we want to complete everything before we see the credits roll. Or maybe you're like me, and when you see credits roll, you're done with the game and you don't want to ever play it again. Right? Like, when I see credits roll, it usually means it's time for me to move on. I go do something else until my second playthrough. So I get it. You really do have to push yourself out of that mindset though. I think it's worth it to try to fight against the grain. I think it's pretty natural to like want to do everything before you see the credits roll, but I think Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are 2 games where it's important that you ignore that feeling and you just beat the game. Just beat it and move on. Because if you don't do that, you're missing out on, in my opinion, one of the best experiences in video game history. The ending of this game and the ending of Breath of the Wild are 2 of the most gorgeous experiences in gaming. And you're just sitting on them. It's like, I really recommend you beat the game, man. Funny enough, there are games that have multiple credit rolls. Yeah, like, for example, Pikmin 4. Like, I played Pikmin 4 and they ran the credits really early into the game. So I put it down and it took me months to come back, because they ran the credits like really early into the amount of gameplay there was. So they ran the credits in Pikmin 4 and I said, okay, I'm done. Turns out I was only like a third through the game. And like, there was like a whole nother thing to do before you actually saw the real credits roll. Yeah, it was weird. Yo, enjoy your YouTube lurk, Ali Bobali. Yeah, Rune Factory 5 did that. And Rune Factory 5, there was a credit roll at the end of all the chapters. Yeah, enjoy the YouTube lurk. And thank you for those of you that are hanging out over on YouTube today. I appreciate you. We are attempting to get 20 likes a day over there on the YouTube. That's our daily goal. So if you could support, I'd appreciate it. Otherwise, enjoy the broadcast. And for those of you hanging out on Twitch, good morning. Welcome back. We're doing a little bit more lore here today. A little bit more Zelda. I do have some plans to finish up or continue our Skyward Sword playthrough this week as well, but I'm just really feeling some tears today, so let's get this memory.
Though the central square has lain in ruins for a long time, I can still recall the bustling activity of the castle town like it was yesterday. At the center of this space was the fountain, fed by an underground waterway, though I suppose that has run dry.
Wow, I wonder what if the waterway has run dry. I don't remember what the waterway looks like at this point. I've been in the cave though. There is a cave directly under this area. I just don't know what it looks like off the top of my head. I think there was some water down there. That's pretty funny. So she shows a picture of this fountain when she says what she just said. So she's kind of just reminiscing on the town square and the ruins here and this fountain. And then she's kind of hinting towards the waterway below. Honestly, the cave below here is one of the best caves in the game. The cave from Hyrule Castle, here it is right here. The Royal Hidden Passage. The Royal Hidden Passage is one of the best caves in the game. It's so good, dude. It's so good. You also get a whole set of armor if you go through it all. So if you haven't explored that one yet, that one's worth your time. But I can't stress this enough. It literally takes like an hour to get through the cave. I'll never forget the first time I entered the cave because I was like, oh, I found it here at Lookout Landing. And I was like, oh yeah, I'll go in there. Sure, I'll go hang out in that cave. So I go into the cave and I'm like, all right, we'll spend a little bit of time here. Just a little bit of time. And then I come out a literal hour later. And I'm like, dude, this cave is insane. It was like an hour plus of my time breaking through rocks, fighting monsters, exploring. It was sick. I made that mistake doing it in bed. Yeah, dude, like it was so sick. All right, I didn't plan on going up to Hyrule Castle quite yet, so we are gonna fast travel out of here. We'll do the voice memories at Hyrule Castle all in one go because there's a lot of them, and I think there's a lot to learn. So let's skip out of here for now. What I would like to do is, part of me wants to kind of ride around Hyrule Field on a horse and collect. There's like a handful of memories around Hyrule Field, and it might be kind of cool to like ride around on a horse for a little bit. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a horse out of the stables, and let's go kind of vibe in Hyrule Field this morning for just a bit and go collect a couple of the scattered memories around Hyrule here. So me and my 50 horses. Do they still do good and bad endings for games? What's up, cool legendary hero? I think there's plenty of games out there that still do good and bad endings and multiple endings, but that's definitely a lost art in a lot of ways. Nowadays, very often games will mostly just have one ending. I would honestly, I want to say it's probably about the same as it was back in the day. That's what I'm going to say to your question. I think that there's probably the same amount of games with multiple endings as there was in the 90s, as there was in the 2000s. It's not the most popular trope in gaming, but it happens here and there. Yeah, it still happens every once in a while. Do 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 do. All right, let's go. Let's go to the shop real quick. Pick up some arrows. Always grab the arrows. Stanley was overwhelmed with the amount of endings. Hylian rice, apples, cheese, bass. Okay, we don't need any of that. Fine. Boom, 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 boom. I went through it when I had plans soon, and I was so late. Yo, what's up, mini stable? Take a horse. All right, who do we got? We got Elm, one of my first horses from Breath of the Wild. We got Hank. He's the giant white horse. We got Butter, which is Zelda's horse. We got Spot, which is the horse that was like a part of the story, like right here at this stable. Panda Doll, which is named after one of my chatters. Farigarath, which is also a name recommended by a chatter as well. So you can actually upgrade horses. There's something I haven't really participated in this game at all, has been the upgrading of horses. And like you have to give them meals or something. It's because the lady asked for a meal that I never made. And I was like, screw you. And I just left and never came back. But I believe this fairy right here, you like give her certain meals and then there's like horse upgrades or something. How big is Hank here? We'll take Hank out. Hank is pretty big. Yeah, Hank is one of 2 giant horses in the game, I'm pretty sure. So there's another giant horse that's Ganon's horse. And he's like green. He still exists in this game, I'm pretty sure. And then there's this horse. There's 2 giant horses, I'm pretty sure, in the game. I had the location of the Ganon horse spoiled. It was somewhere down here. It wasn't really spoiled. It was that one day I was traveling around here and somebody said, "Oh, there was a giant horse over there." And I was like, what? And I never went back. But I think somewhere around here is the Ganon's horse, the one from Breath of the Wild. Boom, boom, boom. All right, we're heading right to a memory right now. There's a memory right in front of us.
It is critical that we repair Hyrule's roads and bridges. Unfortunately, despite the efforts of Hudson Construction and the Stable Association, we lack the labor to tackle this task. We are blessed with abundant resources, however, so we've established material caches dedicated to the rebuilding efforts and made them freely available.
Ah, so the explanation behind the resources that are all sitting around. So she zooms in. The picture on the voice memory is of these material caches right over here. So this one right here, and that's what she's talking about. So she's talking about how, despite the efforts of Hudson Construction and the Stable Association, we lack the labor to tackle this task. But they have an abundance of resources, so they went around creating little resource stands for people to use at their leisure to help rebuild Hyrule. That's like a pretty interesting little note about like why they put these little stands up. I think we kind of all understood why they probably put the stands up, but it's still kind of cool for them to like acknowledge it, right? I needed all the unique horses. That's cool. So you've gone around and you've hunted all the unique horses in the game. That's actually so sick. I've never done that. I'll be honest, I didn't really use the horse a lot in Tears of the Kingdom, because Tears of the Kingdom was so sky travel focused that like I never really used the horses a lot. Now in Breath of the Wild, when I first started playing Breath of the Wild though, I did a no fast travel playthrough. And I'm really proud of this. I did a no fast travel playthrough when I first started playing Breath of the Wild, and I only used horse travel and like foot travel to get around. Eventually I broke my playthrough. I did eventually say, okay, I want to fast travel here. I got to do something. But the first like 40 hours I put into Breath of the Wild master mode was no fast traveling at all, because I've always felt that when you walk from point A to point B in a video game, you're always more likely to run into really cool stuff. So I've always felt like you want to do a playthrough without fast traveling. And again, if it wasn't for the fact that it was so fun to be in the sky in Tears of the Kingdom, traveling around, flying through towers, I probably would have tried the same thing, but they really set this game up to like not be that way. You know what I mean? Like they really set this game up to be pretty friendly to fast traveling. So I just kind of let it happen. We're about to get a voice memory, but we have an enemy fighting us. Let's fight him real quick. I'm actually down because I need loot. Let's use the Master Sword. Dude, these guys hurt when I'm wearing no armor. Oh, I tried to get away from that attack. I really wanted the loot though. I really wanted the fire flowers. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a sucker for loot, man. All right, I should probably eat something because I really don't have any HP. Ugh. All my weapons suck right now. This is just turning into a freaking little game. That was cool though. Does it give a weapon that doesn't break? No. However, there is a system in place that makes the weapons feel like they can last a long time. The durability system isn't that bad. Like, so you can fuse items. So you can see I could take this spear, right? And I can go and I can grab any item from my inventory. So like, let me show you anything, right? So I can take like this, you see this horn right here that I got from fighting an enemy. I can take this, and if I drop it on the ground, I can fuse it to my spear. So now look at my spear. The process of fusing makes weapons last a lot longer than they would without. So even though, unfortunately, the answer to your question is all weapons can break, there is some pretty decent systems in place that make it so it's not really that bad. Also, the Master Sword breaks but always comes back. For the record, the Master Sword breaks and then it goes on a timer and it always comes back after 10 minutes. So you're always going to have your Master Sword. You just have to use it sparingly. Like it breaks, it comes back 10 minutes later. So it's like a little annoying, I'll be honest, but I think that's my least favorite part of this game, actually. Like, I'm talking both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. If I had to complain about one thing, and there's a couple things worth complaining about. To be fair, like there's a couple things we could sit down and we could complain about these games, because you can always criticize and complain when you love something. It's easy to nitpick it and say, okay, this would have been perfect if they did this or that. And I'm a fan of those types of discussions. If there's one thing that would be on the top of my list of nitpicks, it's that the Master Sword breaks. I think it's such a hindrance on the gameplay. I think that by the time you earn the Master Sword, you deserve to have a permanent weapon. And if they really cared enough about you using all the other weapons, if they were really worried about the Master Sword being this like, okay, once you get it, you never use the rest of the systems, then they should have made the Master Sword really hard to get. The Master Sword should be something you don't get until the end of the game. The very end of the game. And then it wouldn't be a problem, because the player who took the time to get all the way to the end of the game, right, could use this permanently. You earn that. Instead, they make it kind of accessible. It's something you can get pretty early into your playthrough, right? And then they just kind of make it annoying. It's like, no, they should have just made it really hard to get and then made it really worth having. Because like nobody wants a Master Sword that breaks every 10 minutes. This has been what grinds my gears in Tears of the Kingdom with Hylian Descent. I just needed to get that out of my system, all right? That's something I don't like about this game. I don't like it about Breath of the Wild either, all right? Like, you know what I mean, dude? Like, it's just one little thing that I didn't like. One little thing. Feel better now? I do feel better. Yo, good morning, Moxie Poxy. Good morning, Jess. It would have been cool as your endgame bonus after Ganon is defeated. Yeah, something like that. Yes, Code Hemi. Yes, dude. All right, we have a voice memory right next to us here. Let's go ahead and grab that really quick. Being permanent or having ways of shortening recharge time. Right. Oh yeah, Top Cat, aren't we sharing items in game? Let me go to my item sharing. Aren't you one of the people that I locked into here? Ooh. Somebody just sent me a silver Lionel Reaper. Ooh, thanks, dude. That's going to be a nice pickup, man. Thank you. And I have a space for it. Let me go ahead and grab that real quick. And while we're here, we'll eat our daily meal. Withdraw. Ooh, look at that. The silver Lionel Reaper on a pristine Zora sword. And if because it's a Zora sword, what I can do is if I get myself wet by using Sidon's Sage skill, how do you use it again? I have to click on him. Now I'm technically wet, and that means that the Zora sword special effect activates. So now I'm doing 134 damage instead of 60 whatever. Yeah, dude, look at that. That's so nasty. Nice, dude. Thank you very much. I didn't have any good weapons. I appreciate the assistance, dude. All right, let me grab a blue Lizavul's horn for this sword as well. All right, now we got ourselves a couple pieces of equipment, right? Nothing too bad. Nothing too bad, dude. Yo, what's up, nerdy, sexy, cool? Good to see you. All right, let's go do this voice memory real quick. Yeah, if you guys need anything from me, or if you want to exchange items with me, send me your code or post it in the Discord. Or I can post mine, and I think if you register me, I can just register you directly back. Here, let me go break these boxes real quick and collect a couple of these warm darners. Trying to get these warm darners, baby. That's all. When you're trying to 100% this game, like fully 100% it, not just like the in-game 100%, you pretty much have to learn to grab everything you see for like a while. Like you just have to mega hoard. You just kind of have to mega hoard, dude. Every bug, every item, just pick it all up. It's just the best way to go about it. You can have the Octorok fix your weapons. Yeah. I'm honestly going to be going to visit some Octoroks here soon because I do have a couple weapons that are broken here. Yeah, we gotta go visit an Octorok here soon. I'd like to get my Colgera blade fixed. Yeah, we gotta go do a visit here for sure. All right. Let's get out of here. Let's go get this voice memory.
Yep. The ruins of Mabe village. It was the farm closest to the castle, and I would often visit it incognito. They always shared far more food than I could possibly eat, and I remember that they treated their animals like members of their family. I imagine no one here fled alone when the time came.
Wow, so she's talking about Mabe Village, which is here. Mabe Village, which Mabe Village was in another Zelda game. right? A lot of the references to the villages in this game are references to other Zelda games. So here's the funny part about that. Hold on a second. Dude, I have too many cords over here. I'm getting tangled. Let's look up Mabe Village really quick, because I think she might be referencing the original Mabe Village. Let me check. All right, Zelda Wiki. All right, so the original Mabe Village was Link's Awakening. It's the main town in Link's Awakening. It's this town right here. This is the original Mabe Village. And this is what she was just talking about. And she said that they treated their animals like members of their family. Now listen to this. You want to know what's iconic about this village? Is that the lady that lives in this house right here has a chain chomp pet. And she has like a baby chain chomp inside of the house and a chain chomp tied up to this pole. And there's a whole quest in Link's Awakening that has to do with you going and saving the chain chomp and bringing it back to Mrs. whatever her name is. There's also like a dog that hangs out and that listens to the music from what's her name? So it's really interesting. I can't help but feel like maybe they're kind of referencing Mrs. Bow Wow. I can't help but wonder if they're referencing Mrs. Bow Wow. Mabe Village is a small settlement located in the southwestern area of Kolohin Island, and it's the first location that Link visits. It's here that Link is nursed back to health by Marin, and the adventure on the island begins. There's a library, there's 2 shops, there's a weather vane where you learn the Ballad of the Windfish. Yeah, Madame Meow Meow. Look, Madame Meow Meow. Look at her. Madame Meow Meow. Dude, I wonder if they're like directly referencing Mabe Village here. Let me go and walk around Mabe Village and see. Let's see if there's any like super obvious references to Bow Wow or anything. I'm just kind of curious. There's some broken pots and stuff. It is 100% that they don't bring DLC, or is there still hope? I mean, I think there's always still hope, Nimikon. Yeah, I think there's always a little bit of hope, that because Nintendo doesn't have any interest in telling us the truth. So while, yes, it would be safe for you to assume there is no DLC for this game ever coming. That's the healthy thing to assume. The healthy thing to tell yourself is that there's never going to be DLC. We should take their word for face value. But there's always hope. There's always hope, man. You never know with Nintendo. They could totally change their mind at some point. They could totally be cooking right now. But probably not. Probably not. I found a glitch to duplicate weapons in Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 edition. Yeah, on YouTube, there's apparently... people are already starting to discover which glitches still work and stuff like that. There's a couple pretty good ones out there, Top Cat. I don't know about the dupe glitch myself, but I do know there's a couple glitches out there that are working and that are either new or old, or yeah, there's a couple. I was just watching a video about it. I'm down to do like a glitch day here soon if you guys would like. And we could try to accomplish some of the new dupe glitches and stuff. We can, because like some of them are actually pretty easy to do. I just saw a wild suggestion on Twitter. Pokemon racing game, but you need 3 Pokemon to compete. 1 to swim, 1 to fly, and 1 to run. Dude, I love that idea. The one I found is in Zelda Notes. Ooh, I haven't heard about that. Here it is. This is Mabe Village. There's no signs of Madame Bow Wow. There's no signs of Madame Bow Wow or maybe a chain chomp from the past. Not really. So I guess it would be kind of hard to reference that stuff, but still cool to kind of poke around and investigate, you know. Should we go fight this big boy? All right, let's go ahead and use some Muddle Bud. Oh my gosh, why is there always these dudes? They always show up when I'm in the middle of being sneaky. All right. Where's my Muddle Bud at? Get him. You guys fight each other. I'm gonna hang out right here. You guys fight each other. I'm gonna chill. Yeah, smack him. Yeah, give him the old 1-2. Yeah, punch him. Bite his freaking head off. Yeah. Get him. Idiot. What was that earth bending thing? It's called the Earth Wake. And you can only use it when you don't have a weapon equipped. It's totally earth bending. Good commentary on that. I like that. I'm an earthbender. What's the name of the main earthbender from Avatar? She's the blind chick, right? Toph. Yeah, Toph. She's so cute, dude. I love that character. Toph. That sword I just gave you, I still have it after loading an older save file. After uploading, someone could load a save. Oh, wow. Interesting. You could gift stuff and then load a save and you still have it. That's so cool. We're going to have to mess around with that. He sent that guy flying. Yo, good to see you, by the way, Caffeinated Spirit. I'm not sure if I said good morning to you. Good morning, Blood Raven. All right, Mabe Village. No signs, no real signs of the past here. We've already explored this well, but let's just pop into this well real quick. Just to see what was in here. Maybe a subtle reference to Mabe Village. Why does this look like a mini village? It's like a little mini world. Imagine you could go Minish in this game. Imagine they added, I think there was commentary about how they originally added a Minish village. I think it was in Breath of the Wild, right? Did anybody hear that? I think back in Breath of the Wild, there was plans to make it to where there was a mini village you could visit. And they were going to have the Minish people in Breath of the Wild. I'm pretty sure I read that trivia in the past. And they canceled it. They ended up scrap. That was one of the things that got scrapped over time. Because, like, you know, when you're developing a video game, there's like a lot of ideas that get put out on the table, but like they don't all get pursued, right? I think we all kind of understand that. Like, there's tons of ideas, they just don't all get pursued. And one of the ideas was to do a Minish village, and there's like remnants of it in the game. I don't remember where the remnants of it is, but there's like remnants of the mini village in the game somewhere, I think. The plant you zoomed in on looks like an in real life plant called Maya apples. Yo, good morning, Kels. What's up, dude? Yeah, of course, man. No problem. Cool getting a chance to pop in. Yeah, that would have been so cool if the Minish were in this game. I can't agree enough. Watching a playthrough of Minish right now. Yeah, I actually had a Minish Cap playthrough, but I haven't been able to upload it to YouTube because it was 16 hours long. I played Minish Cap all in one sitting. I played the whole game in one sitting, and it was a 16-hour stream. So I have to edit it and cut it in half so I can upload it to YouTube. Yeah, it's pretty old. It's back way back in like 2020, 2019. Pretty old playthrough of mine. Ooh, it's nighttime, so we can see my glowing glider. Take a look at this. Ooh, nice. Ooh. Or threes, yeah. Or threes. All right, there's another memory out here. All the way this way by the Hyrule Garrison ruins. Let's cruise. We have to go past this chasm that is right in the middle here of the road. Wow, my horse naturally just walked past it. Wow, the horse knows to just walk past the path. Look at that. Oh, but he can't. He's stuck because of the gloom. He's stuck. Oh, wow. He doesn't know what to do. Unfortunate. Sick. Yeah, he's like, nope. These dudes are always here attacking. You can always join in on these attacks if you want, even if you've already done them. These guys are about to go attack this camp over here. Good luck, buddies. You're not getting the strength of Link today. Yo, happy Wednesday trips. All right, here we go. Memory time for the garrison.
The Hyrule Garrison ruins. As with other fortified locations, many Guardians attacked this place. However, it is likely most of the soldiers normally stationed here had already been deployed to other regions. Those few who remained fought bravely, though they were certainly ill-equipped to deal with such deadly foes.
Dang, that's sad, dude. They just left them out to dry. Unshaken bravery. Many Guardians attacked this place. However, it's likely most of the soldiers normally stationed here had already been deployed to other regions. Those who stood here fought bravely. Yeah, they got probably annihilated. That's so unfortunate, dude. Ay caramba, man. The idea of the Guardians unleashing on Hyrule, like, Breath of the Wild story is actually mega dark, dude. Like, the Guardians really just kind of ripped everybody to shreds. Like, the Guardians really just kind of ripped everyone to pieces, dude. It's pretty scary stuff to think about. Did we ever learn what made him go bonkers? It was Calamity, I guess. Calamity Ganon, like, took him over somehow. He figured out a way to tap into them. I'm not sure exactly, but I think it had something to do with that. What's up? How you doing today, Four Color Diva? Nice to have you in the chat today. Thanks for popping in. Good mornings in the chat. If you got a free hand, don't be shy to wave them on in. Dude, very, 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 very dark. All right, we're gonna head over to this area, which is off the path. and I'll go ahead and I'll mark it off. We're going to the ancient tree stump. I want to hear what Zelda has to say about the ancient tree stump. Look at these guys. These guys are just waiting on their attack. The Deku. I think it might have been where the Deku tree was originally located. Yeah. And then it gets moved, right? Because the Deku tree kind of moved a lot over history. And there's not like a huge explanation on how or why. It's mostly because it's just that it's a literal deity. Like the Deku tree is a literal like deity creature. Like he's like a mythical creature. So he can just kind of move himself, I guess. So my boyfriend played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and has loved them both a ton. The other day I was playing FLI and Ginormosia and the towers reminding him so much of the towers in these Zelda games. Oh yeah, dude, you can tell where they got their inspiration. You can tell where they got their inspiration for sure. All of the Koroks lifted at once. What's up, Alt075? Coming in with 53 months. Sheesh. He turns into Treebeard and goes where he wants. Dude, I love Treebeard, dude. I love Treebeard. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, boo, boo. Bam, 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 bam. You would be a perfect Treebeard for sure. Do you have a recommended max on stamina needed to traverse the map? I don't know. I think going max stamina is the play and then leaving your hearts behind. In this playthrough, I decided to do the opposite. And I decided to go full hearts and leave my stamina behind by 2 upgrades, essentially. I can tell you, as somebody who's been running around with a little less stamina and a lot more hearts, that like you probably just want to stick with max stamina. Probably. Yo, good morning, Minty Mont. What's up, dude? Going to the post office this week? I keep forgetting to. Yeah, no problem, dude. Yeah, you're fine, dude. No worries. Take your time. I'm gonna have to be doing multiple visits to the PO box. Yeah, I do have the Hylian shield. It's currently hidden behind this shield right here. It's a shield. Bam, bam. I grind 2 full wheels, then I get hearts up to 10, then I switch back to stamina. Yeah, I think as much as I love having the 2 extra hearts, it definitely feels like the lesser of importance out of the 2. Whereas there's plenty of situations I get in where I could use just a little bit more stamina to accomplish a goal. All the time I'm climbing something and I just need a little bit more stamina to get over like a ledge, and I have to pause and eat some food. Now, eating food is fine and it kind of just makes it all easy. But if you were to ask me, I would say that max stamina's the play, dude. For sure. Why stick 2 shields together? So it increases the durability of the shields. So shields have more durability, And they might even have more defense as well. But I don't know for sure if the defense thing's true. I can't remember. It's been a while. But I know the main reason we would do this is because it increases the overall durability. So now, because I have the Master Shield, or sorry, the Hylian Shield under, the shield on top is the one that's going to break first. And my overall durability of my Hylian Shield has now been extended because of that. So you get the benefits of the defense of the Hylian Shield, and you get the additional durability of the other shield on top. So it's a durability thing. Boom, boom. Yeah, it's like a durability thing. Why have one shield when you can have two at the same time? Did you ever watch any of the Wallace and Gromit movies? They just announced a Lego one. There's a Lego Wallace and Gromit? No way. They actually just released a brand new Wallace and Gromit movie on Netflix, I think it was, this January. And we watched it with the community. We did a movie night. It was fun. Yeah, it was fun. I've seen them all. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, it was a good movie night. A Lego Wallace and Gromit sounds silly. Maybe we see all your armor? Sure, but I do have a lot. I have every piece of armor in the game. I'm pretty sure. The last piece that I was missing was the Zonai chest, and I got that. I think I have every single piece of armor in the game. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident. Yeah, because the last two pieces of armor I was missing was a piece of the Tingle set and a piece of the Zonite set. And we got those over the past couple episodes. I'm missing the Sky chest. I'm missing the Sky chest, it seems. Which, you know, is in the depths. We'll find it at some point. It looks like I'm missing the Sky chest. Because I have the Full Awakening set. Here's the Cap of the Wild. Hero. Time. Yeah, it looks like I'm missing one piece of armor. I'm missing the chest of the Sky. Not too bad. Yeah, I got Fierce Deity, yeah. Yo, what's up, Zella? Yeah, the people who made those movies are almost, if not already out their special clay to make them. Wait, what do you mean? Wallace and Gromit took special clay? They couldn't just get more of it? Yeah, we got Fierce Deity, baby. We fierce deitying it up, dude. We fierce deitying it up. All right, we're abandoning our horse from here. We're going on foot. See you later, Hank. Hold on, let me go ahead and get you some food. You've been a good partner. You've been a good partner, Hank. I'm gonna leave you right here, but I'm not gonna leave you without a treat. Eat up, buddy. You're a good boy. Eat up. All right, see you later. Enjoy the rain. Yo, enjoy your lurk, Kels. Yeah, here, I'll put it on. And then we got the Fierce Deity sword at home. Is there a shrine here? Okay, there's a shrine right here. We're coming back to this shrine. Let's quickly go to our house and I'll show off my goods here real quick. I wonder if there's a Zelda memory at my house. There's no way, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. Because how would she know I was going to live here? Do. So, welcome to another episode of Hyrule Caribs. We got Fierce Deity Link in the building today. Hold on, wait a second. Pause. Yeah! Woo! Wow, wow, wow! Woo, 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 woo! Woo, woo! All right, he's here to show off his crib.
I'm a pop star.
This is Butters the horse. Butters the horse is a good gal. Sometimes we like to feed her popcorn. She loves popcorn. I think she's fine eating the hay. All right. All right. And then here's all my weapon stands. Unfortunately, you know, they only give us so many weapon stands and stuff, so this isn't a part of the house. This is just my way to preserve weapons. So I'll show you the house in a second, but I just want to make it clear, this isn't a part of the Cribs tour. This is just all my weapons. So we have the Gerudo Scimitar, we have the Crushing Hammer, we have the Trident, right? Over here we have the Special Shields, we have the classic shield here, as well as the wood one, because I like the wood stuff. Here we have the wooden bow, we have the special bow, and then we have one of the demon bows, I believe. Is that what that is? Yeah, one of the Demon King bows, because I think they're so sick. All right. And then here we have another, again, I love the wooden items, one of the wooden spears. This is the Skyward Sword blade that you get before you make the Master Sword. And this is another wooden item. This one, however, is corrupted. And I have yet to find a pristine wooden sword yet. Maybe it's because I haven't broken this one, but hopefully I can get the pristine version at some point. And then here is another one of the Ganon weapons. All three of these are the Phantom Ganon weapons. So Phantom Ganon Spear, Phantom Ganon Club, which you have to admit, this is one of the most badass weapons in Zelda history. Look at this motherfucking two-handed mace. It is insane. This thing would be so crazy to get hit by. And then here's the sick katana that he has. I love that katana. And that's all my weapons and stuff. Now let me take you into the crib, bro. We're going into the crib. Wow, wow, wow. Woo, woo, woo. All right, Hyrule Cribs, baby. First, I'm going to take you out here to the sunroom and to one of my most magnificent photos I've ever taken. I present to you Barely Survived by Hylian Descent. Oh, if you didn't know, I'm a photo master in this game. I am a photo master. Let me just go ahead and take you through a couple of my masterful photos here. Riding on the dragon's snout, legs literally in the dragon's nose. I got a shot of this, the boss of the water temple. There's me hanging out, sitting on the last remaining throne in Hyrule Castle. There's me naked with the naked boys, not wearing any pants. Love that quest. Here's my boy getting rock roasted. Me and my boy, we go way back. We get rock roasted for breakfast, son. Waking and baking and rock roasting. Stoned out of our minds. This is me hanging out with the boys. One day my face will be up there on Mount Goron Moor. Here's me hanging out with a frosty, chunky Bokoblin. Right before he's about to swing on me, I froze his ass and then took a picture of him because he's an idiot. Here's one of my prized possessions. It's a picture of Phantom Ganon attacking me. And look at this shot. Look at this shot. This dude, sword in hand, directly coming towards me. And I got this photo. I will be honest, if you're wondering, I totally got sliced in the face for this. I did not make it out of here alive. But boy, was it worth it for this photo right here. That's a beautiful shot right there. I'm a photo genius. This is actually massive spoilers, and I'm really sorry that I didn't spoiler warning, but here you go. Next. Here's me hanging out with my Stalfoys boys. Here's me pretending like I'm poking the eyeball of a bony Stalfos. Look at me. I got my finger in his eye, idiot. Look how much fun I'm having. Look how much fun I'm having, dude. That's a picture of a sword. Oh, that's the big Goron sword. Anyways, this is my most recent rap album. It's called Zonai Boys. All I got to do is hit it with the fish lens and I'm in. Zonai Boys. Right? All you got to do is put a parental advisory sticker on the top right. Zonai Boys coming at you with hit singles like Research Professor and other titles to come soon. This is me hanging out with Colgera, one of my good buddies. You know, I got to know Colgera back in the day, and he thought he would smile for the photo. That is how excited Colgera was to be in my photo, that he actually smiled for me while I was taking it. That's how gorgeous. You know, he is so happy to be in this photo that he actually smiled for me as I was taking a picture of him in the middle of the battle of this dungeon. Yep, look at him. Cheese. So he was real happy to be there. Here's another one. I told you we're good friends. Me and Colgera go back. Look at him, dude. Straight cheesing. Hey, everybody. Oh, he's so happy to be getting a picture taken of him in the middle of a heated battle. I'm just hanging out. Look, I'm just having the time of my life. Look, I got my Uggs on and everything. Look at this. What is this outfit I'm wearing? Wait, what is this outfit I'm wearing? Why am I wearing those boots? I'm styling on them. Why am I wearing those boots? I don't know what I was doing here. Yeah. Say cheese and die. Say cheese and die. Look at it, dude. Look at that. It's one of my favorite photos. This is a super creepy picture of Zelda standing there like she's about to suck my soul out. This is a picture of me holding a doll of Zelda. I did one of those fun perspective things where I put my hand up and pretended like she was pocket sized. Look at that. Look, I'm hanging out with the newest Zelda amiibo. Y'all didn't know they released an exclusive amiibo of Zelda, and here it is. I got it only in game. Only in-game amiibo of Zelda. This right here is a super iconic photo on the nose of the boss of the game itself. Spoilers again. And I had to get a super sick photo while riding on the boss of the game. And here's another one just to prove that that's exactly where I was. But this is the one. This is the badass one. Look at that. Look at the intensity in Link's eyes, dude. One of my favorite shots, I call this Moblin in motion. Moblin in motion. This one right here is me and my boy Henox reconnecting after a long time. I said, yo, Henox, let's take a goofy picture for social media. He said, what's that? Now, homie didn't have to go that hard. I was just looking to get a picture of us together for socials, but homie said, what's that? It's my boy. It's my boy. I like him. Me and him be chilling. This is a picture of me and Zelda role playing. I said, yo, babe, you want to pretend like we're in a cage match and I'm Mick Foley? I promise I won't just put my old stinky sock in your mouth, girl. And this is me doing the same shtick again, but this time with the cage, and it didn't really work too well. But I tried again. This is me attempting to pick this Moblin's nose. I was so close, man. I was almost in there deep, digging for gold. I almost got him. Look at this. Look at the stink eye I'm getting from Unibo. Look at the stink eye I'm getting from Unibo over here. Look at him. Unibo is pissed. He's like, what are you doing, Link? You're supposed to be fighting this guy. Meanwhile, I'm getting stink mugged from Unibo. I'm not even fighting. I'm just chilling. Dog. Because dog. Me hanging out with another frosty boy. Look at him. And I said, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? And I said, hey, yeah, yeah. This is me hanging out with the diamond poopers, this special creature in the game that if you feed them gems, they can poop out diamonds. Dope. This is me hanging out with my frogs. He's really not happy with me, but I'm pretty happy overall. I'm living my life. I'm living my dreams. He's not too happy. Me and Astolfo's. A close-up of the rock eaters. This is the Abigail of this universe. This is me hanging out with this big dumb looking baby. This is my barely made it. Barely made it. If you look closely, it almost is as if the bear head is my head. I could almost pass as a bear head. Classic shot here. Barely made it. Classic shot here. One of my favorites of all time. This is me hanging out with Papa and his two kids. I call this Father Came Home with Milk. Because this story is one of the most iconic stories in Tears of the Kingdom. And it actually stretches all the way from Breath of the Wild. If you don't know the story of Colette, all the way from Breath of the Wild, their mother, their father, and the story that continues into Tears of the Kingdom, you really have missed out on one of the most beautiful and heartwarming stories in this game. And it's all centered around this guy who would do anything for his two daughters. And he proves it. He would do anything for them. Even if it means going to the dark side. And then there's me posing in front of my barely made it poster. And here's me hanging out with you know, Goma bug. What is this? What is this creature's name? I don't remember, but we're vibing. We got a nice little shot, you know. Yeah, Gibdo Queen. Yeah. Here's me hanging out with the Gibdo Queen again. This time, they're not looking so perky. Here. Oh, and this is the best Gibdo Queen shot that I got. Standing up on hind legs. Posing for me. Look at that shot, dude. You got to admit, your boy has got game when it comes to taking screenshots. Look at this shot, dude. Look at that, baby. Yeah, they're excited, dude. They're ready. They're ready, man. They're in it. Here's me standing on the eyeball. Standing right near the eyeball of one of the bosses in the game. Sauron's eye. This is Goma. Here's one of the first shots I took of the world. Because I was just so in love with it. Hyrule Castle right in the center. This game is gorgeous. This was me taking a picture of the sword glyph because I thought it was so cool. Here's me hanging out with one frosty booty. I'm talking that booty's on ice. Here's me riding on another dragon because at this point I had to take a picture of every dragon that I rode on their nose. Every dragon. And this is a selfie that I took this morning because I wanted to show people what I look like before I shower. Jump scare. The lips, dude. The lips. Yeah, here you go. Oh, this is an in-game Aurora. I love this. This is the in-game Aurora. One of the cooler shots I ever got. He was just about to do his spin attack. Look at that. How cool is that? He was just about to do his spin attack. If this right here was Pokemon Snap, he would have said, wonderful. Wow, look at that. Oh yeah, flexing. Dude, these jump scares need to chill. This is a close-up of one of the goddess statues. I really wanted a close-up of a goddess statue. In fact, the funny part about this is hanging in one of my stables. If y'all didn't know, you can hang up pictures in stables all around the game. This is hung up in one of my stables. This is the picture on the stable. I think the request was for a goddess statue. And I said, okay, I got you. I said, hold my controller. I got you on a goddess statue. And this is what I gave him. This is a picture of a King Gleeok. The first time I ever encountered the King Gleeok in the depths. This is me hanging out with my boy, my boys, Gleeok Head 1, 2, and 3. And because the fire Gleeok activates heat around you, it activates your armor. So it's really cool because when you're near this Gleeok, it intensifies the heat to the point of actually giving you the armor increase of damage, which is really cool. That's why the armor is glowing. Here's me mid-fight. Look at my arrow literally, or sorry, he's just about to spit out his fire electricity. Or his fire beam, rather. And look at, isn't this one of the coolest shots ever? Like, I'm knocking my arrow. Isn't this kind of a sick shot? Like, I'm knocking my arrow back. I thought this was really cool. Here's me hanging out with a... Oh, this is the rock is from the frost Talos is literally getting thrown at me. And I'm just kind of looking like, oh, you can't get me. Here's me knocking an arrow and fighting a lava Talos. Here's me. I caught a picture of 2 dragons in one frame. Look. And at the time I was like, ooh, I had to take a picture because 2 dragons in one frame is kind of rare. Yeah, double dragon. This is... This is self-explanatory. That's a Muppet? I feel like we're sitting on the couch as Hylian showing us a little slideshow of mini clips from a projector. Ooh. Again, dude, listen, I'm not trying to like gas myself up. But look at this shot. You guys need, I took all of these pictures in game, in the moment. Look at this. Like, this thing could be framed on your wall in real life. He's just about to slam down with his weapon into the ground. My favorite part of the, dude, not the emo again. The emu. My favorite part of this shot is his face. Look at that, dude. That's a Lionel right there. You can hear the intensity, dude. Just by looking at the photo, he is ready to slam down, dude. This is just a cool shot of the sky that I think I was just super interested in. Yeah, with the rain in the background, dude, I'm telling you, man. I just took this photo yesterday. This is the King's Grave overlooking Hyrule. How freaking beautiful is that? The King's Grave, the Royal Claymore, overlooking Hyrule. I just took this yesterday. And that's it. That's my photo album. So anyways, as I was saying, I take some sick photos. And also, just to kind of wrap that up real quick, I got one thing for you. The Zonai boys. Parental advisory explicit content. Yo, thanks, LPK. Appreciate you. All right, where's my phone at? It's not in here. Why do I keep leaving my phone out every day? Oh, well. I'm wheezing. I was waiting for that. All right, so this is my little nook that I do my studying in. This is where I do my studying. Beautiful little nook here. where I really want to get outside and get some fresh air, but I still want to be able to do some work. All right, let me go ahead and take y'all into the house. Welcome to my crib. All right, I'll take you guys over here to my mini bedroom first. This is where the magic happens. And by magic, I mean getting a full 8 hours of sleep. This is Hudson quality bed making right here. All right, let's go up these very steep stairs. Not sure why the contractors made the stairs in this house so steep, but but all right. But I'm in though. I don't go up here often. These stairs really suck. All right. All right, we made it to my overlook in my kitchen. This is where I do my cooking. And this is where I do my, this is my garden overlooking the ocean. See, it's my house. So you could decorate all this? No, you don't actually decorate. You just buy different types of rooms and you just put them together. You just buy different rooms and you just put them together like Lego pieces. So every one of these little squares is a different type of room. So they all come with their own pre-built decorations and you just need to decide what rooms you want to use. Now there's a good amount of different types of rooms though. But they didn't really flesh out this system too much. I think if we ever got DLC, this would probably be one of the first things they flesh out. If we ever got DLC, this would probably be one of the first things to flesh out. All right, so let me talk to this guy real quick and I'll show you the different things. All right, so you have angled rooms, furnished angle rooms, square rooms, furnished square rooms. So you can kind of get an idea of like what's in there, right? So you can kind of see, like this comes with a table, right? Then you have like the weapon rooms, you have the bow stand rooms, you have a gallery. I have the gallery with my photo in it. The bedroom, the kitchen you just saw, the blessing room. I'm not using this one with the blessing statue. This is the stable, the foyer, which I do have. I am using that. The study, which I'm using. The indoor stairs, which you've seen. Then there's outdoor stairs you can use as well. The problem is that you can only use, there's like a garden pond. The problem is you can only use 15 of these rooms total at any given time. And they unfortunately made the weapon rooms the same as the bedrooms and stuff. So I have to use 5 of my 15 rooms just to house all my rare weapons. So like they really kind of dropped the ball because five of my 15 are used just on my weapons. That should have been a completely separate thing, dude. So now I can only have 10 to build my house. So like, even though this is cool and I really enjoyed this, it sucks because I want to preserve my weapons, I have to be picky. And to be fair, I could get 3 weapon houses, 3 bow houses, and 3 shield houses. I'm pretty sure. And I can't even use them all because again, it's all tied to the building system. So it's like your choice is to have a really nice house or to be able to preserve some of the rarer weapons in the game. Now, the truth is that most of these weapons can be purchased again. And that's the one thing that I will say. Almost all of these weapons are obtainable again via purchasing with Pose or having them craft them again in the town that you got them from. or to go fight more Phantom Ganons, because we found out yesterday from Inyo base that Phantom Ganons do respawn. So now that I've played the game more, I realize like I really don't need to preserve all these tools, because I could just use them, have fun with them, and then just repurchase them and remake them. I think it takes like a couple diamonds to remake the legendary weapons from the champions. So I might actually start using this stuff and then maybe rebuild my house with 15 squares. But I've always said that I personally think that if they were to had ever done, if they were ever going to do DLC, I think one of the first things they would upgrade would have been this system right here. I bet you we would get up to 30 squares to use, maybe. All right, anyways, now that we're here, why don't we go to Terrytown and do some of the Terrytown lore? Because we're here. Let's go. And of course, as always, we have to put back on our Korok mask. And let's grab our buddy Tullen. All right, let's go. The Legend of Zelda, more lores. What's up, Atomic Potato? Good to see you. I appreciate all the follows coming in, by the way, and the daily check-ins. Good morning. Thank you again, Alt, for the support today. And I gotta say thank you to the YouTube members, by the way. We've been getting a pretty decent influx of YouTube members. If you don't know, I do offer my content over on YouTube now, and as an alternative way for you to enjoy my show. And that also means that you get an alternative way to support, and it's even cheaper. So if you're somebody who either chooses not to or who can't afford the Twitch sub, you have the Discord subscription, which is only $2.99, and so is the YouTube. It's only $2.99. That's a way for you to continue to support the broadcast without dipping so far into the wallet. And I'm still getting a 70% split with YouTube. I think I'm even getting a 90% split on Discord. So I just wanted to quickly say thank you. I do plan to start doing monthly shout outs of all of the YouTube member people, as well as all the Discord members. I'm going to start doing monthly shout outs to all of the supporters outside of subscriptions here on Twitch, mostly because there's so many of you, I couldn't keep up with that. So tier 2, tier 3s, and I think YouTube members and Discord members will start getting shout outs. I'm also working on implementing alerts for those platforms. So if you were to subscribe on YouTube while I was live, subscribing is like the equivalent of following here on Twitch, then a little alert would pop up. And then the same thing if you were to become a member over there. So I'm kind of working on that. But for now, I think monthly shout outs could be really cool as a way for me to give back and say thank you more appropriately, more focused thank yous to those of you that aren't getting that same love. Because again, here on Twitch, you have the luxury of getting an alert, but on those platforms right now, you don't have alerts. So thank you everyone. And we hit our daily goal of 20 likes already. Thank you everyone for your support over there on YouTube. Thank you very much, man. I'm playing DDV and I thought my game was glitching out. Max is walking around the valley freely and he's not equipped as a companion. What? Is he just a villager? All right, let me go ahead and reconnect my game to... Boom, memory unlocked. We're in.
Terrytown, a village that brought all the peoples of Hyrule together. Hudson is the driving force behind its founding, though they say Link played a role as well. This place, where Hylians, Rito, Goron, Zora, and Gerudo all live together in peace, is a model of the world I hope to see in the future.
I guess I never considered that Terrytown really is a place where all the races come together. I never even thought of that. I also love that they talk about Link is a part of the reason why this area got founded. I love that they give Link his street cred. Sun and Dawn. All right, we got some more memories here.
Hudson Construction. It seems Hudson is rarely in the shop, as he is busy recruiting.
Oh no, I disconnected on accident because I have all these cords all over. I don't have a solid setup here for the voice memories yet, and I have to be careful like how I move. All right. Because I literally have like a cord draped over me. All right, hold on. I think it's reconnected.
Hudson Construction. It seems Hudson is rarely in the shop, as he is busy recruiting workers for the restoration efforts. I hear he is expecting a child soon, and though he is a reserved man, I can see his quiet excitement.
Yeah, and we actually, there's a whole quest in this game about him and his child, so that's kind of cool. I like that.
They say Hudson Construction adopted the name policy from its predecessor, Bolson Construction. All employees must have a name that ends in son. There is technically one exception, though. A man named Haggy supposedly introduced himself as Haggy's son in his interview, which Hudson mistook for Haggy's son.
Wait, what? This guy broke the system? What? This guy broke the system, dude? He's the only non-son in the Sunco? He introduced himself as Haggy, son. What does that mean? Like he was saying son like a rap album? Wait, what? He introduced himself as Haggy's son? Like the way that it's written is like Haggie, son. Like howdy son. Yeah, exactly. Like howdy son. Yo, I'm Haggy son. Like I just think that's so funny because as a hip hop listener, I use the word like son all the time like that. I'm Haggy's son, like old like son. And oh, what a punk, dude. What a freaking punk, dude. All right, let's there's one more memory here with Zelda, and it's over here. No, it's like right here. Yeah, it's this whole bridge. It's this thing.
This track facilitates transit from the village to the work area. It is not a complex creation, relying on the height difference to send the rope and pulley down the rails. However, it is only one way, so a person would have to walk back along the perimeter to reach the village. I wonder if Sheikah technology could improve this.
I wonder if Sheikah technology could improve this, she said. But in the end, it was the Zonai technology that improved it. Wow, so when they first built it, it was nowhere near as efficient as it is now. But because they found these Zonai parts, now it's efficient. And it's not just one way anymore. That's very interesting. I like that. So when it was first built, it must have only been one way. That's so cool. I love this game's physics, man. That's so cool. Oh yeah, you're good. You're good in your base, man. No worries. I don't have the text up on the screen, so there's a little bit of translating I have to do. Good to see you back in here though, man. I appreciate you being here and joining the discussion. Oh.
Apparently, when the water levels in Torren wetland receded and solid ground emerged, Hudson Construction decided to build a workspace here. That workspace has come to be the main site for producing the building materials used in our restoration efforts. I'm excited to see how this place flourishes.
Oh, I didn't mean to back out there. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of interesting. Just kind of giving us a little bit of lore building regarding like how this place kind of came to be here in the Torren wetlands, how this place kind of came to be. I don't remember what this place looked like in Breath of the Wild, but I think this whole area was submerged in water. I think so, actually. Have you guys participated in the race game here where you have to build yourself a cart and then you have to go around the track? There's probably a really good cart that we could create for this. Let's see here. What do we got? Let's just grab something from the recipes from the Yiga, and let's do the race here for fun. There's got to be something in here that I have that could be useful here. Otherwise, I could go back to Cheese Puff's. I think Cheese Puff had a couple vehicles on their YouTube that I was thinking about scanning, but I never did. The monocycle. All right, let's see how the monocycle does here. All right. Once you've readied the vehicle you plan to use in a race, go ahead and attach a steering stick. Oh, I might have to rebuild it. I wonder, I'm gonna have to build it myself. I can't just use, I might not be able to just use, dang, that's great. So I do have to beat it. I have to make it now. Because I can't use this control stick. You just need to use their stick. Yeah, but you can't, like, break this apart. That's the problem. Like, it's not like you can't, like, summon something and break it apart. Yeah, like, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. That's why I only did the first part and never again. Yeah, I've come here a couple times to do some builds. I've done a couple here. There's definitely some fun stuff to be had, but you have to be in the mood to essentially play Legos. You know what I mean? Like, you have to essentially be in the mood to play Legos because that's what it is. It's just Legos. Yeah, the boat racing's cool. We could go show off the boat racing. You have to earn that. The boat racing's really cool. All right, we have to hit all the lights. All right, here we go. Dude, my vehicle's super unbalanced. The back is actually super heavy. Dude, my vehicle sucks. Turn, man, turn! Turn! Oh, wide turns, dude. Wide turns. Oh. Woo-hoo-wee. Do. Beep, bo, 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 bo. That was a wide turn, dude. Yo, good luck, Decade Drifter. Wide turns for a Wide People Wednesday. I've done the expert course as well. I can't remember what card I made for it, but I did make a pretty decent card. These tiles are kind of interesting. Like, these are old ancient ruins, I guess. These tiles here. And there's more of them over here. Need the motivation to do laundry before I go to Gothenburg tomorrow. What's Gothenburg, if you don't mind sharing? I'm an uncultured swine. I don't know. If it's not in Ohio, I probably don't know it, and even if it is, I still probably don't. All right, we have another voice memory here. Thanks for the follows, by the way. Welcome to our lore day, day number 2. We're unlocking voice memories. We're chatting about Zelda lore. And we're over in Terrytown right now in the Akala region. Voice memory.
Torin Wetland was once littered with the broken remains of countless guardians, though there are no longer any traces of them. I imagine the wetlands reduced the guardians' mobility, making it impossible for them to avoid each other's attacks. No doubt Akala owes thanks to the quick thinking of soldiers from the Citadel for this. If the Guardians hadn't been so hindered, the Akala region would have suffered more damage.
Oh, what a cop-out, though. So you had the opportunity to talk about the Guardians, and you just say there's no longer any traces of them? So all right, so no, there's still something to be extracted here, then. It means that Zelda herself has no clue where the Guardians went either. That's what that actually means, because these voice memories are taking effect before the events of Tears of the Kingdom, but after the events of Breath of the Wild. So one could infer that if her commentary is that there are no longer any traces of them, I feel like you can infer that she has no clue what has happened to the Zonai tech. She, in fact, it doesn't know herself. She's the freaking princess of Hyrule, the current ruling leader of this whole land, and somehow even she doesn't know? I find that to be very perplexing. It almost means if this, whatever happened was done in secret. We can imply that whatever happened to the Zonai tech, this is one of the biggest questions in Tears of the Kingdom. What happened to the Guardians? And the only answer that we have is that the Sheikah got rid of them and turned them into towers, which is all kind of a cop-out at the end of the day. Sure, some of that's true, that they repurposed the technology. It's obvious that they repurposed the technology in the towers, but still, there is still this lingering question of what happened to all of the Guardians and stuff. And I just find it very curious that even Zelda is implying that she has no clue. You would think of all people that would know what happened to all of the old technology, it would be Zelda. I just feel like that's a safe bet out of all the people who would know. I feel like it would be Zelda, right? So that's such an interesting thing that they're kind of implying that she has no idea. And if Zelda doesn't know, then how are we expected to know as the players? So again, this furthers my theory that Nintendo, you know, on a meta level, sure, they were just writing the story in a way that was approachable, all right? But let's just step away from the meta thoughts and let's really talk about if this was all intentional, why? I've been saying this for a while. I think it was very intentional that Nintendo isn't talking at all about the Guardians, at all about the technology. And I don't think it was intentional in a meta way. I don't think they just ignored this stuff and said, oh, we're just going to say screw them. I think it's more that they were like, maybe there's something to this. Maybe they are trying to create a narrative that nobody knows. Maybe instead of thinking in a meta way, just forget about the stuff in the last game, right? That's the meta answer. Why don't we take away from that for a second, humor me? What if in this universe, nobody knows? Now, what does that imply? That implies that there was a cover-up. That somebody or some persons or some group of people went around and slowly dismantled and got rid of all of the Guardian technology, as well as the Divine Beast, as well as all of the numerous, you know, ancient Sheikah technology, the ancient technology that the Sheikahs took over. Keep in mind, the Sheikah did not create the Guardians. The Sheikah did not create any of that stuff. They took that stuff over. It was ancient technology that they took over and utilized for themselves. So one could imply that maybe whoever left those technologies behind took them back. Goddess Hylia, or maybe the Sheikah were so, and this is a theory I've shared before. So what if the Sheikah were so embarrassed by the fact that their technology caused the destruction of Hyrule that they hid it all away? They're trying to hide the history of what really happened. And this isn't the first time that the royal family and the Sheikah have been in cover-ups. If you played Ocarina of Time, if you've been in the Shadow Temple and beneath the well, there's been cover-ups. So like I've had the theory for a long time that the Sheikah covered it all up. They went around and they said, we need to get rid of all this technology. We need to break it all down. We need to destroy it all because we are full blown out embarrassed that we, the protectors of Hyrule, were the cause of the destruction of Hyrule. It was them tampering with this ancient technology. It was them meddling in things they shouldn't have been meddling into that caused the calamity to really go into full force. Because the lore is that they heard of the calamity via like prophecy. And they used the technology to protect themselves for the future calamity. And then Calamity Ganon took over that technology and made everything 10 times worse. So at the end of the day, the Sheikah are the reason why the calamity was as bad as it was. If Ganon would have just showed up, it might not have been as bad. Hyrule might not have been completely wiped out. Link might even have succeeded in destroying him before the 100-year bath. But because of the Sheikah technology, because of their meddling, it caused this all to happen. The Guardians were an unsurmountable force that could not have been reckoned with. So it's very interesting, right? I really feel that the Sheikah are the reason why the Guardians and stuff are gone. And I feel like we don't know the facts on purpose. It isn't just a plot hole. It is a cover-up. No one knows. If Zelda doesn't know in game, how can we expect to know? You see, I've never fully felt like it was just a plot hole. Of course, it probably is just a plot hole. But if you really take a step back, I think that it's almost naive to think that they would just plot hole off these devices. I truly feel that they are purposefully covering stuff up, and I think there's supporting evidence to this. The fact that if you go to Kakariko Village, there is still a tapestry that references the Divine Beast. As if the Sheikah still remember. But there's not another clue anywhere else. You don't think that's on purpose? That they would leave this tapestry in Impa's house, but not put a single image in the game anywhere else of these Divine Beasts? But the Sheikah have this memorial tapestry? Like, I think it's all on purpose, dude. There's a cover-up, man. There's a cover-up, and it's all very purposeful and pointed by the writers. They wanted us to speculate. They wanted us to sit back and say, what is going on in Hyrule? Almost as if they're setting the stage for another sequel. Almost as if we're going to get a Zelda game in the future that's going to go further into the Sheikah and what they were doing the whole time. That's what it kind of feels like. But again, once you bring the meta conversation back in, probably not. It probably is just a plot hole, and we're probably never going to get that game. But it feels like we could get that game. But I'm going to be real. I don't really have faith in that. Probably not. But I digress. It's still cool to think about, right? It's still super interesting to think about. And then the last thing I wanted to say is Planet Kitties brought up the possibility of things changing because of Zelda Back in Time. I agree with that. I think that none of us here, because Nintendo hasn't given us the information, but none of us here truly know the extent of which Zelda's time meddling messed everything up. The Divine Beast disappearing could very well have been a product of Zelda time traveling. I think that there could be some time traveling nonsense going on. I've already had a theory about this, and let me just share it really quick. So what do we know about time travel? What do we know about time travel, all right, in these games? Well, in Ocarina of Time, time travel will split the timeline into 3 different timelines. So we know that this is bad, and this is consistent with this universe, with this game. So I present a theory. What if Zelda going back in time split the timeline again? What if we're not even in the same timeline that Breath of the Wild was in? What if at some point we crossed over to a different timeline? Something, I don't know if that exactly works because like we're the same Link, obviously. We're meant to be the same Link from Breath of the Wild. So maybe the theory of us being in the different timeline doesn't quite make sense, but I still do think there's a conversation to be had about Tears of the Kingdom opening up multiple timelines and how once Zelda went back in time, there very well could have been a split, if not more than one split, and that there could be a version of Hyrule out there that still has the Divine Beast. Maybe this version of Hyrule, they weren't needed because maybe Zelda going back in time stopped Calamity or something. So these are all just kind of theories. but I think we're supposed to be the same link, but let's just say for conversation that we're not. I don't know for sure if they've ever talked about this being the same Link, right? Like, do they ever reference Link's memories or anything from Breath of the Wild? People know what Link looks like. People walk up to Link and they remember Link, but they don't. Link never like acknowledges his own memories in the game. So it wouldn't be too far-fetched for us to assume that this is not the same Link, right? Isn't that fair? Like, that's actually not too far-fetched of a thought. Think about this. I'll never forget a conversation I had with Toad, where Toad was like, we were talking about how this game doesn't do a good job acknowledging the events of Breath of the Wild. And we were talking about how not even the NPCs acknowledge it. Have you guys ever noticed that? There's barely any NPCs that reference any of the events of Breath of the Wild. There's a couple. There is a couple. For example, we were in Gerudo yesterday, and the Queen of Gerudo City, Riza, she literally, like, she mentions Von Naboris. They talk about how Von Naboris used to be around here. So, and she was around during that era. So, like, I think this is a little bit stretchy. I'm stretching a little bit. I'm taking a little bit of liberties here. But I would like to say there's not a ton of evidence that instantly locks Link into the same Link as Breath of the Wild. There's not necessarily a ton of overwhelming evidence that we are the exact same Link as we were in Breath of the Wild. In fact, there's a bunch of evidence that says otherwise. Why don't people remember who Link is? Why did Link's house get taken over by Zelda with no acknowledgement of Link living there before? And if you go into the Zelda memories over at this village, Zelda talks as if Link never even lived there. Dude, she straight up talks as if Link never lived there. Listen to this.
While we were digging a well, I came upon a hidden room. It may have been connected to the main building at one time, but it seems it was forgotten as years passed. Still, it could be used again, with a little work on the more decayed areas. I imagine something precious was once stored in that treasure chest. What could I put there?
And then here's the other memory from Link's house for those that missed it during the Switch 2 week.
This room feels a little lonely, so I've decided to decorate it with pictures of the people and places I encountered on my travels. And also with the memories of my dearest friends.
So she doesn't say a single thing about the fact that this was my house in Breath of the Wild. Right? Like, she doesn't say a single thing. She basically talks as if it's been her house the whole time, or that she just walked into an empty place and took it over. Yeah, she didn't acknowledge that we put a picture there, nothing. So again, dude, if you really think about it, there's a ton of evidence that Link almost like didn't even exist. The NPCs don't acknowledge him. Zelda's not even acknowledge him. It's like weird. It's eerie. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think that some of this might be on purpose. Now, there's a couple different styles of purpose. It could be purposeful just to get people thinking, just to get people theorizing, just for people to have fun with their own interpretations. That's likely the Nintendo thing to do, but one could argue that if the writers did care enough, and some people think they don't, but let's just say, for conversation's sake, the writers do care, then this stuff could be cryptic on purpose. They could be leaving us breadcrumbs to the answers that we seek, but just unfortunately not giving us the direct answers. But I find it really strange that a lot of this stuff doesn't add up. And to go back to the original prompt on this current rant, the time travel. Do we think the time travel affected and split the timelines? I think that that could very well be a possibility. Since the time travel happened during the game, we must have started off as the same Link. Maybe only the people involved in the battles from Breath of the Wild are the only ones who remember it. I also was thinking some sort of select memory, right? Is that where you find Link's Breath of the Wild headband? Yeah, you do find the hair tie at the basement of Zelda's house. And Zelda implies that she put the hair tie in the chest just now in the voice memory. I love how the root light locations correlate with the shrines. Yeah, isn't that so cool? Doesn't Link only exist when he's needed? Like the hero of time is only around during the time of need? Yeah, it's like, because the hero is just the embodiment of the goddess Hylia's will, is what you're referencing. Technically, the hero isn't one person. It isn't a physical being. It's the embodiment of courage and the goddess Hylia's will. It's the good versus the dark. It's the yin to the yang. So yeah, technically you're correct. Link, the hero of Hyrule, the hero of time, is technically only around as needed per the lore of Zelda games. As the hero is needed, one emerges, and the vessel that they choose is whatever. It could be anybody who's the vessel. Usually it's somebody who has a bloodline attached to the original hero. Usually it's something with like an ancestor. Like in Wind Waker, you are technically the ancestor of the hero of time. And if not the hero of time, one of the previous heroes. But if I remember correctly, in Wind Waker, you are the ancestor of the hero of time from Ocarina. It's just been so many years in the future that you're not attached, you're not connected to him outside of like a very small bloodline. The hero of time thing seems a little off from the start of this game. There were two exploring the rubble stuff, so it seems like he stuck around after Breath of the Wild stuff, and then Ganon stuff happened, and that's where the new Zelda came. Right, so as far as the idea that this is the same Link, and that's what I said originally. I do think that this is the same Link from Breath of the Wild. So that does throw a wrench in the idea that we're in a different timeline. Because how did Link get transferred between timelines? Zelda's the one who did the time traveling, not Link. Not this time. So I do agree with you. It does the theory starts to get pretty muddy and pretty washed once you actually think about the fact that this is likely the same Link. So if we were in a different timeline, how did we get there? We never traveled through time. Only Zelda did. So Zelda could be in a different timeline. But we're not Zelda, we're Link. Yeah, so I do agree with you that we are likely not a different Link. I do agree with that 100%. And that's kind of my opinion on it. That's why I don't talk about the time travel stuff too much. Because even if there was a split time, even if time did get split, I think that it's almost irrelevant to some extent because I don't think it affects this specific world that we're in. So we can't use the time travel as a full explanation for the lack of the Divine Beast, for example. I don't think we can. I've thought about it a lot, and I'm like, even though I agree that the time travel is clearly an important part of the whole puzzle, I don't know if it's an explanation for the lack of divine beasts. Timelines can still be altered as a result of the time travel. So we're thinking like Doctor Who's status. All right, so let's talk about this for a second. So maybe what Planet Kitties is implying is that when Zelda altered the timeline, the divine beast might have like literally phased out of existence. Right? Is that kind of what you're implying? Like if you have like a photo of your friend, but then your friend never was born, and then like you slowly disappear out of the photo, and it's like, oh, he no longer exists. Like it's like that kind of energy, right? Right, where it's like the divine beast kind of just faded out of existence because they didn't exist in the altered timeline. I like that theory. I like that theory a lot. That there's some mystical stuff going on, and that the divine beast literally just like and kind of just like phased out, and they just like poofed, and all memory of them are gone. Yeah, I kind of do like that theory. It's kind of a fun theory. I like that a lot. So there could be a bunch of alterations that may have happened upon Zelda's time travel. Yes, like a paradox, right? Exactly. Me too, Aurora. Yo, thank you, Rachie, for tier 2 43. I just want to say thank you for that extra tier of support. It goes a long way for me continuing to keep my raise from Twitch, which I've managed to keep for almost a whole year now. And I couldn't have done that without all of you. So thank you. It's been about over 6 months. It was one of the biggest life improvements I ever got. It was the reason I was able to afford moving and to continue to be able to grow and prosper in the direction that I feel my being is meant to go. And so I just had to take a moment to say thank you for that. And thank you for sticking with me for 43 months. I really appreciate you. The science fiction shows have totally informed my understanding of time travel possibilities. So Zelda is really just Ashton Kutcher from the Butterfly Effect. I don't know, man. I don't know if she looks as good as Ashton, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, can we really make that comparison? No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's go. We got a memory. Oh, exhaustion. I never got to show you my statues at Terrytown. Let me go ahead and do that now after this memory. I'm so glad you popped back in today. What are we doing? We're doing more lore. We've been discussing more lore. So we started off today in Lookout Landing, and we got all the lore from Zelda's memories in Lookout Landing. Then we went around Hyrule Field, and we discussed a couple possibilities about the Guardian Sheikah technology, and Zelda kind of referenced a couple pieces of that, and so we've been kind of discussing, you know, the disappearance of the Guardians and whatnot. Otherwise, we're just kind of relaxing and having a good time and chatting and enjoying the new voice memories. And speaking of, we got one more here right in this giant stump. And apparently we got a Korok, which is good. I was literally just about to say we have yet to get a Korok today. And if I'm not getting a couple Koroks every playthrough, then I feel pretty bad. And there we go. We got a Korok. All right, voice memory, here we go.
Previous archaeological investigations discovered a single ancient spear within this decaying tree trunk. It has stirred up spirited discussion among many researchers, but little additional information has been revealed, despite their piqued interest.
What? Oh, 1 second, my tablet crashed. Let me reload. It's low on battery, so we're pushing it today. So Previous archaeological investigations discovered a single ancient spear within this decaying tree trunk. Single ancient spear. Now, I don't know what she's talking about, but we'll go ahead and we'll go back in this cave so we can explore and see for ourselves. But I still find this interesting because, like, what could they be talking? Like, what discussion could the spear have stoked? We're gonna have to go in and find out what spear it is, huh? Is that like a submerged building? That's cool. Spear, she spelled it as like a weapon. The weapon, spear the weapon. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and mark this one off because it's taking me out of my way. And let's go ahead and jump in. Oh. Oh, she's talking about Misko's? Is she talking about Misko's spear? Would you guys call this a spear on the wall? That's totally a spear, right? I wonder if she's talking about Misko's spears. Yeah, that's gotta be what they're talking about. And she's just referencing Misko. Yeah. She's gotta just be referencing Misko and Misko's treasures, dude. For sure. Yo, thank you, Minty, for the gifted over to Necro. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you, man. Do 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 do. Dude, Misko's treasure was such a cool part of Tears of the Kingdom, man. Misko's treasure. I'll never forget the days of shouting out Misko's treasure, man. Misko's treasure. Yo, what's up, High Arcade? Good to see you, buddy. I played Skyward Sword for like 7 hours last night. Dude, nice. What a pickup, man. Yo, appreciate you, Minty. Thank you, man. No, I don't know if we ever found out a ton of detailed information about Misko. Not really. There's like a little bit of information about him in the game for sure, but like nothing like crazy detailed. He is kind of an enigma and is kind of just like a bandit, allegedly. I think there is some information out there though that's like worthy of discussion. I just don't remember a lot of it. All right, let me go ahead and travel to Terrytown real quick because I wanted to show off my statues real quick, and then we'll wrap up the Hyrule Field lore. There's a couple places I'd like to visit around Hyrule Field. Still working on finishing Origami Paper Mario. This game's good, but there's a lot of puzzles. Yeah, Origami King is definitely puzzly. Yeah, I think so, Blood Raven. I think that giant ancient stump could totally have been a Deku tree at some point. Yeah, here's my statues. So I got Colgera up top, being a menace. I got my super sick photo of Phantom Ganon. I actually showed off all my photos today, and I got my super sick photo of Phantom Ganon in here. It's one of my favorites for sure. Got the Bokoblin boss. And got this guy hitting us with the what's up. And then I even took a picture of a tree and put it here. A tree monster. I'm not sure, Necro. We'll see where the day takes us. I'm a little tired today. It was a rough night of sleep. What's up, doggos? What order do you think the Hyrule game should be played in? Hyrule Warriors 1, then 2, then the third coming out is just fine, I think. I think checking out Hyrule Warriors 1 is worth it. I think it's a good place to start. Age of Calamity, they're not connected for the record. And you could start anywhere. I should have said that first. They're not connected and you could start anywhere. So I wouldn't overthink it too much. I will say that Age of Calamity, even though it's not a canon story, Age of Calamity is really cool, and it's a really cool take on like what could have happened through the events of Breath of the Wild. It's like a what could have happened kind of thing. All right, sick. Yeah. I was sad I forgot to show you off some of my statues, so I'm glad that you popped in here. All right, I think this stable right here is where we're headed for the next Zelda memory. Why don't we go ahead and grab our horse and then we'll ride over there. Hyrule Warriors 1 is just a fun game to go through, very cathartic, wiping out all those enemies. Screw the in-prison fights, though. They're never a good time. If there's in-prison fights in Hyrule Warriors 1, then I'm already not interested. You're making this real hard to go back to that game. We're just going to go back and beat that game in, like, a couple sittings. I've stopped stressing about it. I'm just like, we're just gonna sit down and do it in like a couple sittings in a row. Like we'll just smash it out and just be done with it. I forgot you can't make this horse go any faster. Yeah, it's just like, this is it. This is your max speed. All right, off to our next Zelda memory. Dude, I love the music of riding the horse. Let's jam for a second. Let's hope that we don't run into any enemies so we can hear the whole song. I think it's a little better at nighttime, but... Oh, there come them violins. Dude, I just killed a bird on accident. Oops. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the song at nighttime's different. Or that there's multiple songs that can play, but that's one of my favorites, man. All right, we got a voice memory coming up here. Let's actually turn this back down. Voice memory.
Riverside Stable is known to many as a gathering place for gourmets. Visiting here reminds me of a time I shared a meal of meat and rice with a few who claimed hunger is the best sauce. Though at the time they had not eaten in 3 days and were nearly immobilized at their campsite. I hope they learned their lesson.
Huh, she's talking about those guys that like made food out of like monster parts or something. Hunger is the best sauce, though at the time they had not eaten in 3 days and were immobilized at their campsite. What? Because I think those guys are like right around here. All right, let's head over towards the flower area. And let's see, have we done the stables quest here? Hey, look! It's the photo I showed off earlier. Take a look, dude. They wanted a picture of the goddess statue, and boy, did they get one. They wanted a picture of the goddess statue, and I delivered. Yeah, yeah. You got a picture of her brain from her nose. We'll grab the Thunderwing butterflies. We're probably gonna need them. It comes with a free beetle tip to tell moths and butterflies apart. Butterfly antennae are long and club-like, like a bokoblin club, except not like that at all. Wow. Thanks for your business. All right, we'll take these as well. You have a discerning eye. Oh, speaking of eyes, Darner's eyes have tens of thousands, in fact, of facets. So many facets. I wonder how discerning they are. We'll grab the tireless as well. Wow. All right. Don't kill me in my sleep over the beetle. Wow. If you don't spend money at Beetles, if you don't sell Beetle the Beetle, if you don't sell Beetle the Beetle, then you better buy something, or he may murder you in your sleep. They made Beetle ripped? Oh yeah, Beetle's ripped, dude. Beetle is ripped, dude. He's a bigger scammer than Tom Nook. Probably went to school together. Yeah, him, Crazy Red, and Tom Nook. They def went to school together. A bunch of scamos. A bunch of scamolas. All right, let's use voice guidance for fun.
Guidance activating. Proceed east.
Proceeding. Proceeding. What's up, Wavy?
Proceed northeast.
Proceeding.
Proceed east. Proceed a short distance northeast.
Horse GPS is hilarious. Yeah, I thought you guys would enjoy that. I thought you guys would enjoy horse GPS.
Proceed a short distance northeast.
All right, we're about to get a voice memory of the flower sandbar.
Proceed a short distance east.
This is the island.
Proceed a short distance south.
There's like a quest. Yes. It's with the girl that says, "Don't step on my flowers." This is what the flowers you just ruined would be wailing if they could wail. Please don't disturb the best flower bed in Hyrule. Yeah, dude, she's so pissed. Dude, I'm sorry, man.
Proceed a short distance southwest. Proceed a short distance west. Proceed a short distance northwest. Proceed a short distance north.
Memory.
The Floret Sandbar and Magda, who cultivates flowers here, inspired me to create a place where flowers from all over Hyrule could bloom together. Though I was able to borrow tools from a stable, I am not adept at this kind of work. The dirt has gotten everywhere. Still, I must focus. Silent Princess, Blue Nightshade, Mighty Thistle. What next?
Cute. Princess Zelda trying to get dirty. She don't even know how to get dirty. She don't even know. But it's cool that all this different stuff grows here. I didn't realize that I could come here to grab a couple of each of these flowers. Have you heard any more news about the Zelda movie? No, they delayed it from 2026 to 2027. And that's all the information I think we have. They haven't talked a ton about it, so I think the last update was literally just a delay. I don't think we know much about it at all, right? Yeah. Not yet anyways. Cute. All right, let's head north to a couple more of the kind of like outskirts of Hyrule Field stuff. There's one directly north to us at this stable. So we're just going to stop here at the wetland stable. Let's go. I'm stressed about the Zelda movie. They better not mess it up. Yeah, I think, I don't know. It's a weird one, man, because my original thoughts were I wanted it to be like a Studio Ghibli flick. But I think I actually have more faith that it's going to be good, that it's realistic now than animated. The more I thought about it, the more I think about it, the more I realized that if they did go the animated direction, it might have just turned into like a Mario movie situation. Which, don't get me wrong, the Mario movie was sick. But now, the more I think about it, the more I feel like actually them going live action almost forces them to make the movie interesting. Because, like, it's live action. Like, it has to be epic. It has to be good. Because, like, it's not like a cute animated flick. So, like, strangely enough, I've actually like, I think that it being live action actually is the best timeline. And now we might get like Lord of the Rings, but Zelda. That's the vibe I think we're gonna get. I've been saying it for a while. I think we're gonna get Lord of the Rings, but Zelda. I think it might even have like a big war scene. Like, I think it might have like a big battle scene. Like, we might get like Breath of the Wild. Could you imagine like Breath of the Wild, like the imprisoning war, like Ganon's enemies screaming? Like, I think it's gonna be like, I think it's gonna be kind of like a Lord of the Rings style game or experience. That's what I think is what we're gonna get from the Zelda movie. I think I heard something about them doing recordings in New Zealand already. Can anybody confirm that? I think I've already heard them talk about that they've been doing filming in New Zealand, which is like the main filming area for like Lord of the Rings. Oh, frick, we got hands. I repeat, we got hands. I blasted myself, dude. All right, round 1 done. Round 2. Let's actually put some armor on real quick. We'll go aspect hero. We'll grab our armor sword. Let's go. Ooh, it's Katana Phantom. Let's go, boss. I don't remember. I haven't fought these guys in a long time. Got him. I'm jumping a little too early. Dude, he's so menacing. The way he just walks towards you is so menacing. Nice. I'll take that gloom sword all day though. Let's drop this. Give me them clumps. Give me them clumpies, dude. Back to the trousers of the wind. Nice parry, thanks. Can't the hands teleport like that? No, the hands have to travel to you. But Phantom Ganon can teleport for sure. Nice. Looks like we got a Korok up here as well. Nuke them from orbit. It's the way for sure. Yeah, dude, just using bombs is the way, right? Nuking from orbit. I like that commentary. That's exactly what I did. Except I accidentally nuked myself there. But, you know. I've heard rumors that they've already been contracted for 2 movies. Wow. I could see them doing a trilogy for Zelda movies. The classic trilogy trope. Yeah, either way, I think we have hope, man, you know? I think there's always a chance that a movie's bad. And there's even more of a chance during the, you know, according to the track record of history, according to history, there's even more of a chance that it's a video game adaptation ends up bad. Like, that is unfortunately the precedent that has been set. Right? So, like, while there's a couple outliers, at the end of the day, you know, the movies end up being pretty bad. That's a pretty big. So we are definitely in the hoping phase, hoping that it's a good movie. My commentary about it being live action versus animated was more so that I believe that Nintendo will turn it into more of a serious movie versus a silly movie if it's live action versus animated. So to be clear, I do agree that it being live action does not mean it's a better chance of it being good. I think I did misspeak there. And what I really meant to say was that there's a higher chance that it's going to be more serious. That's all I care about. Even if it's a bad movie, I'm actually not going to be too upset about that. I know that sounds weird, but I like all sorts of bad movies. That's fine. It can be bad, but I want it to be serious. I didn't want, excuse me, princess. I didn't want that version of Link. I was very sad when I first heard them announcement. That's like my biggest worry. Right? It was like it was going to be this very goofy, lighthearted, excuse me, princess. Whereas I personally believe that if they were to go animated, the problem with them going animated is that animated tends to lean towards silly and goofy. I understand that this is not always the case. I understand that there's animes. I said I wanted it to be Studio Ghibli original, right? So Studio Ghibli is the perfect example, alongside plenty of others we could make, of a serious but animated movie. But in my humble opinion, there's no way Nintendo was going to make a serious animated movie. I don't see that. If Nintendo was going to do animation, it was going to be cutesy and fun, just like Mario. And that's my opinion. Because, like, think about it. As soon as you animate something, you're instantly saying that it's kid-friendly. I know that's not true, but that is what you are implying when you make something animated. Even if that's not true, you are implying with animation that it is friendly to children. And then it takes ratings and stuff to like take that away from it. Like, oh, okay, actually this is one of those animated things that are a little more adult. So that's why I feel really strongly that them deciding to do live action Zelda really gets me hopeful that it's not going to be like a super kid friendly experience. It's not going to be PG, E for everyone. Woo! Like everyone can watch it. It's going to be cute. Whereas them going live action, I feel like it instantly makes adults interested. It instantly makes the tone be able to be leaned into a more like serious thing. Just as Inyo Base said, it naturally sets them in the path of a serious flick. And that's all I'm saying. You actually took the perfect words out of my brain, and I wanted to circle back to that comment. All I'm really saying is that it naturally sets them in the path to like a more serious like tone. But I can't agree with you enough, man. I think that animation was the play. And I felt that way for a while because animation would have gave them the freedom to like really make it super unique and special. If they would have taken inspiration from like the current anime scene, current and old anime scene, like think like Akira. They could have took The Legend of Zelda and they could have brought it to life. Like they could have really brought it to life. Like they think like classic like 80s like Cowboy Bebop. They could have went so hard with an animated Zelda movie. So I've always wanted that. I thought it should have been more Studio Ghibli style art would have been perfect for a Zelda movie. It is so like I agree, man. I don't think live action was the play. But what started this discussion was, however, the more that I think about live action, the more I realize that it might have been a good thing. Maybe them choosing live action is them saying, we are going to go for a more serious tone and you don't have to worry about that. And I like that. I'm okay with so I'm trying to like look at the positive side of things, like I'm trying to think to myself, maybe live action, maybe this could be very Lord of the Rings-y. What's another example of a live action that the Zelda could follow suit in? Let's brainstorm for just a second. What's a live action adventure film that they could use as inspiration? Lord of the Rings is the biggest one that comes up, right? The swords, the fantasy, but there's got to be like other things. Like there's got to be other really good fantasy live action shows or movies that they could learn from. Right? Like there's got to be like, I don't know, Game of Thrones, somebody mentioned in the chat, like that's a little gritty for a Zelda, but still, I think that's still a good parallel. Witcher, right? The dude that made Spider-Man is working with them. Is that the case? I'm not sure. I don't know a lot about the Zelda movie. Maybe Hellboy? I see where you're going with that, Vulcan. I see where you're going with the Hellboy vibe. Conan, that's cool. I'm sure it'll be targeted at young adults, but it will still be family friendly. I think to an extent, you're right about that. I think it's not going to have like nudity. It's not going to have a ton of bloodshed and gore, but I think that it'll still be a mature plot line. That's my hope. My hope is that they take the seriousness of the Zelda universe and make it a live movie. And I think we can all agree, right? I think we can all agree on this. The Zelda games are very serious, right? Like, dude, even Wind Waker was like a very serious game. Like, dude, your sister gets kidnapped. There's a guy going around kidnapping all of the women in the land. Like in all honesty, like Zelda games are like very serious plot lines. We're talking about like the destruction of the world. We're talking about death and murder and destruction. Like, look at the beginning of Breath of the Wild. Dude, that cutscene is burned into my head. Could you imagine being a 10-year-old loading up Breath of the Wild and seeing the cutscene of the Guardians literally murdering everybody in Hyrule? Dude, I couldn't imagine what it would have been like as a 10-year-old, dude. Are you kidding me? I would have been like thrown. I would have been like, oh my God. Yeah, like trauma, dude. Like, and that's, I hope that they kind of capture that. That is my biggest hope. Capture that essence. Capture that trauma, that like heavy, we might not make it out of this alive energy. The hero's path journey, right? Inyo Base manages to bring up something important. The hero's path is a trope that's been used in writing for a long time. If you guys don't know like a lot about like literature, which is fine, I don't know a lot. The hero's path is actually a trope. This is a trope in writing. It's called the hero's path, and it's kind of that zero to hero kind of story. That going from nothing to something, that like Naruto, like this guy's a big dork idiot, but eventually becomes the savior of the land. So this is like a trope in writing that's been around for way longer than I've existed on this planet, I'm sure. So like I think you're right. Like the hero's path journey is always pretty serious, right? Like, so yeah, I think I would really, really like them to take it pretty serious. And I agree with Zeltingle, though. It doesn't have to be bloody. It doesn't have to be gory, right? It doesn't have to be swords and guts. Limbs don't have to be getting taken off. I don't think any of that stuff takes away from a movie being good. I don't need gore. I don't need limbs to be removed for me to take something like serious. I think for some people that's the case. I think for some people, if they don't see bloodshed, then it's not a good movie. But I think like Lord of the Rings is a good example, thank you, of a movie that doesn't necessarily lean into that BS, but manages to create a really fulfilling and serious tone movie. So yeah, I agree. I don't think it has to be bloody. It doesn't have to be gory. Right? You don't have to necessarily go in that direction. I think, and they can instead just make the plot serious, make the stakes high. Right? Yeah. Like Lord of the Rings is very tragic, right? I mean, like one of the darkest scenes in Lord of the Rings is when dude tries to burn his own son. Right? Like that's probably one of the darkest scenes in those flicks. And like even then, as a kid, you might not even understand the context of what's happening. Because visually it's not like bloody and gory, but contextually it's pretty dark. Right? Like Yeah. I've watched the extendeds recently as well, within the past like 6 months to a year. It's not just a trope. Yeah, trope might not have been the word I should have been using. Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah, it might not even be, like, trope might not even be the word. I agree with that. I just, trope just made sense in my brain. It kind of, like, worked. But I agree with that. Yeah, in Yo Base, I agree with that. Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty, you're talking about when they enter the mines of Moria. Yeah, that was all pretty dark and scary. Yeah. The Hunger Games talk about brutal without it being gory. Right. Hunger Games is another example of the direction they could kind of take the filming of the Zelda movie. I agree with that. I think that energy, that serious tone, right? It's fun to think about, man. I think we're in for a treat. I really, and again, this is just copium, dude. I know. I think we're in for a treat though, man. I think that they're gonna nail the movie. I think they're gonna nail the movie. I think it's gonna be good. I think it's gonna be and again, good is, I'm using good loosely here. I identify that it might not be good compared to some of the best movies ever made. Fair. I think it's gonna be serviceable. I think it's gonna be good for a Zelda fan. I think it'll be serviceable. I think it'll be interesting. I think it'll be fun to see our favorite franchise come to life. But I'm certainly not expecting it to be some sort of, like, insanely, like, unique experience or like, I don't know, unique's not the word I'm looking for. Again, I'm just saying, like, I'm not expecting it to hold up to, like, the titans of like the industry and stuff. Like, I get it. I will say the Mario movie was good though. I like the Mario movie. So I might, you know, that might be a me thing, but I thought the Mario movie was sick. And maybe that's why, one of the reasons why I have some hope. The Mario movie was a lot of fun, dude. It was obviously made with kids in mind and whatever, dude, but it was a lot of fun, man. I've only watched it once, but I've wanted to watch it again since I saw it. Unfortunately, my tablet is dying. I forgot to charge it overnight, so it's not syncing up and connecting. Here, let me reload the app. That's actually probably the play. I think we're still screen mirrored. Let me go ahead and reload the app. Oh, not Nintendo Music. A Nintendo Switch. It was dumb fun. Yeah. Not that I'm saying everything needs to be the tone of Mario, but if it hits the nostalgia bone like the Mario movie, I'm here for it. I agree with that as well. I would be okay if the movie wasn't serious, but was just super nostalgic and fun. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I wouldn't be too mad if they just went in that kind of goofy direction with it. I would be a little disappointed because I've always wanted to see more serious stuff from Nintendo. Like a Metroid Prime movie would go so effing hard. Metroid movie would be so crazy dope, dude. Think about Metroid, dude. Like, that would be, if they went like full blown out serious, like Metroid, man. Oh, that's like a dream, right? So yeah, sure, I would be a little sad, but like you said, as long as it's nice and nostalgic and as long as it's filled with a bunch of my favorite references and, you know, that'd be cool. I do, however, think it's going to be funny to see what they do about making like Daddy Ganon or like the Gorons or the Zoras. Like with today's modern technology, it's probably going to be pretty CGI heavy, right? Like it probably has to be. Yeah, like, we just gotta hope the CGI is good. Right. Like, it's gotta be pretty CGI heavy. Like, how are they gonna do Gorons and stuff? Is this called Shrine Island, but there's no shrine here? What kind of BS is that? Talk about false advertisement, dude. Did you guys know that when you shoot somebody on a lookout, you do 10 times damage with a headshot versus 2 times damage with a normal headshot? I just found that out recently from a video talking about it. So a normal headshot is worth 2 times damage, but if it's a creature on a lookout, you actually get 10 times damage. And it's like a little special Easter egg, essentially, that you always get a lot more damage when you get a headshot with a creature that's considered a lookout creature. All right, since we're in the water, let's go ahead and grab our Zora blade. Oh, that Zora did a lot of damage. Yeah, how about that? I was also amazed when I heard that. These games just are the gifts that keep on giving. How cool is it that there's little secrets about these games that we're still going to be learning for the next decade easy? Like, it's so neat to me, man. These games have so much life. There's a Tangy Shrine, you just have to look for it. Shut up, dude. Punk. Yo, good to see you jumping into the conversation, by the way, Miss Petch. I hope you've been well, man. I saw you pop in. I really enjoyed the ATLA live action Netflix adaptation. It felt epic and related to the original anime series. That's cool. That's actually really cool to hear that. I actually heard good things from the ATLA, what is that? The Last Airbender? Is that what that's short for, right? We're talking about the Airbender stuff, I think. I've heard that movie was good as well. Right? Is that what that is? Is that what we're talking about? ATLA? I think so. It's a hot take. It's okay. Yeah, it's The Last Airbender. Yeah, I heard good things too, though. You're not alone in that. I don't know. Maybe it is a hot take. My perception could be wrong. But I have a couple really strong Airbender fans in my friend group. And both of them were very pleased with the live action. So maybe it does take kind of the more hardcore fans to appreciate it. Which that's happened before, they make the movie so deep with like references and stuff that it kind of goes over the heads of like regular people. I've seen that happen before. Your husband loved it? Yeah. It's like in the context of a normal person, it's not that good of a movie, but in the context of a fan, it's actually an amazing movie. Like that's happened before for sure. You have yet to watch it? I enjoyed it. And I'll watch the next season. Obviously, nothing will ever be better than the original. Right. And I think it's healthy for you to just identify that right away. Like, we shouldn't always be looking to one-up the originals. I find that, this is like a bit of an offbeat commentary here, but I find that to be a problem with our society a little bit. Is that if something doesn't hold up to the original, then it's instantly regarded bad. When I find that to be such an interesting thing that we do as humans, because it's like, why are we looking to one-up masterpieces? The whole point of a masterpiece is that it cannot be one-upped. Because when something is a masterpiece, that's the whole point. It cannot be one-upped. It is a masterpiece. So I find it so strange when people get confused when sequels or adaptations of things don't hold up. It's like, What were you expecting? It's as if you were expecting the masterpiece to be replaced. Like, you can't do that. That's not how that works. Like, that is very rare. The chance that a masterpiece gets one-upped is a very rare thing. I think you could argue that it's happened over the years. I'm sure there's a couple sequels out there that are genuinely as good or better than the original. I think Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom is a pretty close example to that. Right? But I always just found that to be so funny. Like, people like they build up expectations in their mind and they don't realize like those expectations are super unrealistic. Yes, we should always be striving for greatness, but I don't think we should be striving for greatness expecting a masterpiece to be replaced or like to be one-upped. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a normal thing that happens. If I want the original, I'll just watch the original. Yeah, right. There's nothing that could one-up a masterpiece because someone will always pick it apart. Yeah, exactly. Yo, what's up, El Rob? Good morning. Sometimes it's fun to just have more content. Right, and it doesn't have to be better. It's just more content. Yeah, I agree. That's the point for me. When I love something, I just want there to be more content because I love it and I just want more of it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. All right, let's go fight this super nasty looking Lionel here. And let's see if we can do it without taking a hit. Probably not. I'm pretty rusty. Let's go. New update, added fishing to Pal World. That's cool, dude. I didn't know that. That's sick. How you doing, Flip Toast, man? All right, this doesn't look like a white Lionel. This looks like a pushover blue Lionel. You hear that, dude? You're a pushover blue Lionel. Dude, nobody even knows your name, bro. Yeah, I'm talking to you, dude. No one even knows who you are, dude. A blue Lionel. Pussy. Let's go. Sorry, that was pretty crass. I don't usually talk like that. I already got hit. That's what I deserve. I talked all that smack and he one-tapped me. Yeah, I almost spit out my drink. That's karma. Dude, I told you I'm a little rusty, all right? I'm a little rusty. Literal karma. I guess he was the after all. All right, let's try again. Take two. I'll talk less smack. Take two. Take two. That was quite entertaining. That was quite funny, actually. I really like how that all panned out. You can't write that stuff on this channel, man. All right, let's go. See if I can no-hit him again. Let's go, bud. You ready? The battle begins. Let's go. Oh, I forgot to turn off Tullen. This might mess me up. Got him. Back up, run. Dodge fireballs. Turn around, bow. Go for the headshot. I didn't get the headshot. That's fine. Pull out the shield again. Couple hits. Run. Almost got hit there. Almost messed up my no-hit run. All right, we got fireballs again. This is what we want. We prefer fireballs. It's our best situation. Let's find some key balls here. Got him. It's game over. He's dead. All right, and I don't even have to waste my good weapon on his back. Let's go ahead and finish him with the boomerang. Let's go. Sea breeze boomerang! Nice, no hit. We're getting it back, dude. We're getting it back. To be fair, he was just a blue Lionel, though. I did mean everything I said originally. Even though he honestly smacked me in the mouth so hard, I still did mean what I said. First try. First try. No hit the second time around. He surprised me, dude. I'm a little rusty, all right? That's fair, though. That's fair. That's fair. Call me out. He scared me. Mrs. Pirate. I've never been here. I've never been down this river this way. We are supposed to be looking for Zelda memories, but let's go. Let's go down this river this way. Let's take the permanent balloon out for a spin. Oh, do I have to light it? I probably have to light it, huh? Ow! Well, it's lit. No, the propeller broke. I didn't realize that could even happen. Oh, that sucks. Now it's just a stupid balloon that can't even go in any direction. This sucks. Get this trash out of here. Get. All right, let's go for the speeder bike. The classic. Skill issue. Brittany, that is so rude, dude. That is so rude, dude. That is so rude. What? I'm just documenting the events of the stream, Sir Hylian. Streamer, sir. I'm just documenting the events from the stream. Yeah. Ryan Perp, shut up, dude. And yes, fact, actually. Screw that hot air balloon, making me look like an idiot. I could have clipped it, but I didn't. Nice, we're getting these stamps back by exploring this area. Mostly exploring here for Koroks, but there's probably not going to be any Koroks over the water necessarily. So we really want to just explore the banks of the river. So we'll go ahead and we'll do a quick lap around the banks of the rivers as well before we head back to some voice memory hunting, since my tablet I think is working again. Yo, what's up, Nisi? Good to see you, homie. All right, let's loot back. Oh, yeah. All right. I think we've been here before. We have. Looks like we haven't been here. Interesting. Uh-oh, the boys see me. Frick. I was just trying to let my battery charge, dude. Nice landing. It was okay. Can you ride a Lionel to a stable? You cannot. Lionels are not rideable in that sense. Wouldn't that be interesting, though? This is cool. I don't think I've ever been in this little cave. It's not a cave, it's just an underpass. But I don't think I've ever been in here. Of course, there's one of these boobs in here. I love the quest where you ride the skeleton horse to the stable. Have you seen the infinite horse spawning glitch? I have not. I have been recently brushing myself up on the glitches, though. There's been a lot of people are like curious if like glitches returned to the Switch 2 version, if there are new glitches. And I have been kind of brushing up my glitch knowledge, but only lightly. Give me a couple more days, I'm sure I'll be back in full effect. Like there's an item dupe that works pretty well, I think, with Switch 2 version right now. Pretty easy item dupe. The Zora bow. No thanks. There were glitch patches, but others have been found. Right. Yeah, there's like I've been watching some videos about what glitches are still around and which ones got patched. And all right, where's my bike at? Other side. Broken Zonai builds that have many glitches. Oh, dude, did my bike despawn? Frick. That sounds pretty cool, dude. I like that. Ganon spawning Zonai glitches. What we'll do is we'll spend a day in the future sitting down and just spawning a bunch of crazy Zonai builds and showcasing some glitches and stuff. We've done that in the past, and if you guys would like to see more of that, we could do that again. We'll spend a day in the future just kind of showing off that kind of stuff. It's always fun showing off some of the glitches. Like at one point in this game, I was actually learning a lot of the glitches. And I was actually learning a lot of the of the like speed running techniques and stuff, and I was having a blast while doing it. So I wouldn't mind doing that stuff again. All right, we're gonna head to this voice memory,
Guidance activating.
which is pretty
Proceed far
far
west.
away. It's all the way. It's all the way over here. Yes. We could just fast travel, but let's walk back. It'd be fun. Can you bring a deer to a stable? No. Unfortunately, the deers and the bears all have to stay out in the
Please
wilderness.
proceed.
Hey, don't yell at me, all right? All right, let me... Now that I know what direction we're going in, all right, we're done. We don't need any more
Guidance
navigation.
deactivating.
The voice made me think my earbuds were a low battery. That's funny. That's like the exact voice that my earbuds also used. Battery low. Please charge. Temperp's doing really well post surgery. Oh, thank you. They popped in to say good morning to us here, and I'm glad to hear from you as well, bud. While we're here, we might as well go explore what I have marked off on the map as unexplored territory. Oh, it's this big pillar over here, huh? Ooh, we got a bunch of keys, but they're not in a good position for us to get loot from. Fi's voice would have been funny / cool. I would have liked Fi's voice for sure. I would have liked that a lot. Yeah, you can ride a deer. You can ride a deer and a bear. If I see a deer, I'll try to get on for you and show it off. Yeah, there's a couple critters you can actually ride around in the game. There's even a skeleton horse. That's right, a bone horse, a horse made of bones that you can ride around. You can only find them at nighttime and in the depths. So if we're lucky, maybe we'll find one around here. Hey, listen. So this is just like a little Zonai, building area. They have these little areas with Zonai parts kind of scattered around, I guess, to help you get up here if you want. Oh, also I can mark the skull here because I killed that Lionel. Cool. Nice. I'm taking back some of my markers, which always feels really good. We definitely have some more exploring to do in the Lanayru Bay. So let's go ahead and mark that off. Let's go ahead and make sure that we come back and explore these at some point. Same thing with the whole side of this mountain. We got a lot of stuff to explore here. How many markers do I have? 3. All right, we'll save the rest. All right, anyways, we're trying to get all the way to the wetland stables, so let's go. I'm really trying to avoid using another bit of Zonai, but you know what? I should have the parts to just make another speeder bike. 2 fans and a steering stick. This way we could save our Zonite, because I only got like 200. They should give horse bone in Mario Kart. Yeah, I want horse bone in Mario Kart. I said host born. Hostborn. That'd be his name, of course. We haven't really been in the Lanayru Heights up here. Might actually be worth it to explore this area. Could you imagine a drifting horse in Mario Kart? All right, so we've been here because this is a Korok puzzle we've solved. But we've never really been on this mountain. Why don't we go up and explore the top of this mountain? Mario Kart. Mario Kart's the Temu version. Merry Christmas, we got you Mario Kart. Mario Kart? Who the is Mario? Don't you? I love Mario Kart. Such a great game. Ooh, I love this kind of like Forgotten Temple kind of area. This kind of like Forgotten Temple area here is so sick. Where you go into this area. The Lanayru Promenade and stuff. This place is so cool. I love this old structures and old architecture here. All right, let's pull back up to the mountain though. I was drinking my water and looking at my map, dude. Don't drink and drive. Hey, it's Mario! It's the other lost long cousin of the Mario brothers. So my goal is to stay close enough to the ground for my Korok hat to go off. That's the goal here. Is like I'm trying to get my Korok mask to go off. So I stay close enough to the ground for that, but whoa, I want to fight this guy. Hey, what's up, dudes? Yo, this guy's got a shield. Yeah, shield that, punk. Get toafed. Get toafed, punk. Get toafed. Get toafed. Oh! Get toafed. Why did this turn into a massive battle? Why is there skeletons and Yiga? What is this? This is like the meeting of the villains. This is the round table of the villains, dude. Get me out of here. I just wanted to fight one guy. Jeez. Anyways, as I was saying, get toafed. I really should be going for the star pieces, but they're always out of my way. Were them hands though? Dude, if the gloom hands showed up during that fight, I don't know what I would have did. Yo, will you stop tipping over, man? What? All right, we gotta go. This Keese is coming. We gotta go, dude. This Keese is coming, dude. Whoa, there's a Lionel up here? What? Dude, homie's gonna attack me. Hey! 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 Don't shoot. I'm out of here. There's a Lionel just chilling over here. Ooh. I wonder if these guys got some Captain Constructs level 2s. It might be worth it to actually do this fight. All right, let me bring this up here so I don't lose my ride. All right. Surprise. You are definitely not what I need, though. You are way too advanced. Fighting these guys sucks. These guys are super tough, dude. They just take so many hits. Is Zelda worth playing on Switch 1? Yeah, I'd say so. If you haven't played Zelda 1, if you haven't played Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom yet, and you only own a Switch 1, man, I can't encourage you enough to check those games out. Especially because if you do ever commit to a Switch 2, you can upgrade for a pretty cheap price, right? So you can just upgrade later. I think it's very worth it.
Happy hump day, y'all. Keep
Dang.
hang with the best community.
Soldier Construct level 2.
Stay love.
Dang, Soldier Construct level 2s, unfortunately. Thank you, number one special for 37. We did get a Korok though. Hey. That's always worth it. If we stopped and we got a Korok, then it's worth it. Cool. Let's go bust open wooden stick. Let's go bust open this these boxes and then let's get out of here. Yeah. Breath of the Wild on Switch 1 is great. Tears of the Kingdom on Switch 1 is great, man. Now, I will tell you this though, and maybe this is kind of what you were asking about. I will tell you that the experience of Breath of the Wild on Switch 2 and the experience of the Switch 2 edition of Tears of the Kingdom is pretty freaking awesome. And if I had a choice to go back in time and to stop myself from playing these games so that I could experience the Switch 2 versions first, I might actually do it. Now, you know, we're just kind of talking smack, but I might. You know, obviously, I love the experience that we shared as a community playing the games on stream and stuff. So, you know, I'm not going to take back those memories or anything. But, like, the Switch 2 versions of these games are pretty nice, dude. Pretty nice. What's up, Kate? How you doing, Cat Lychee? The frost emitter. All right, I gotta find some sort of boulder to put in here. Like, where am I supposed to get that from? I see no boulder. Oh, there it is. Yo, what's up, Brelbasaur, Courtney Brelbasaur. Is that how I say that? My brain wants to just say Brel, but that's not it. It's Brelbasaur. I love the name change, dude. Thank you again, number one special for 37, man. I do hope you're well. Appreciate you, man. Of course, I had to make it confusing. No, it's not confusing at all. Sometimes there's just certain arrangements of letters that are just harder to say. That's okay. Yeah. Always worth it if we grab at least a Korok on the way through our adventures. No matter how distracted we get, as long as we're picking up at least a Korok here and there, we're doing good. Now, let's see if my speeder bike actually stuck around, because I did walk away pretty far. No, it did not. Now, there's a way to extend the life of your speeder bikes by sticking some sort of like flower on it. You can like stick a light root bulb or whatever on it, but I wasn't too stressed about it. Maybe a little bit of regret. All right, we're just heading over there. All right, nice. Man, Ascend at first was like, man, how useful is Ascend gonna really be? Like, it's useful, but like, is it gonna be that cool? Ascend quickly became probably my favorite power in this game. Something about ascending through structures is super satisfying. At first, I wasn't necessarily convinced, you know? I wasn't necessarily convinced that it was going to be that cool. It's pretty cool. All right, this chest over here is probably an enemy camp. Sure is. We can go back and visit. We can go back and visit this this terrible cook. So this terrible cook here. And look at all the birds hovering over this area. That's got to be on purpose. This is the terrible cook from Breath of the Wild. And if you make bad food, she will take the bad food from you or something like that. Yeah. If you make bad food, she's willing to take it from you in exchange or something. Moza's Hideaway Restaurant is opening its doors to the public. Bring me your failed dishes anytime and I'll make them ultimate. Yeah, isn't that crazy? So like, let's test this out for fun. Let's go ahead and get a cooking pot. And let's go ahead and purposefully fail to make some food. So we'll grab a monster part and an apple. All right. And then let's go ahead and exchange it with her. Here's a failed dish. What happened here? What do you have to do to make something like this? What did those ingredients do to deserve this? Sorry, that's just really special. Well, that'll be 10 rupees. Thanks for your business. Now let's get to work. Whoa, crank up the heat. Chop it, pound it, steam it, throw in a Hyrule bass, boil it, cook it, add the raw meat. Now just a pinch of the secret extract and done. Get a load of this. Done. Prepare to be amazed. Good thing I like a challenge. And now the ultimate dish, behold. Monster stew. Meat and seafood simmered in monster extract. A savory dish, despite its ingredients. Eat up before it gets cold. With this extract, I'm unstoppable. It was totally worth that trip to that town in the Northeast. Yeah, she's wrangling that food. She's an artist. I know. I was also thinking Fantasy Life. I'm so glad you said that. The whole time I was thinking this is a Fantasy Life boss fight. I'm like, this is like a boss fight in Fantasy Life, turning the most mundane thing into a battle. Dude, I was thinking the same thing, dude. I'm like, this is just Fantasy Life, dude. I didn't say it out loud because I don't know. I don't. Fortunately for all of you, I don't say every single thing that comes out of my mouth. Close, but not everything. Close. But fortunately for all of you, I managed to still have a filter occasionally. We know you would be talking a lot more about Shrek if you did. Get out of here. What are you saying? That's not even true. That's just straight fake news. What is a representative from Fox News in my chat right now? What is CNN in my chat? CNN has entered the chat. Instant fake news. Thanks. Great. Grand. Wonderful. No. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back, chat. Hey. Your favorite BTTV emote? All right. Bumpa, 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 bumpa. Oh, almost dropped my controller. All right, we're close. Headed directly to the wetland stables. What's up, Bailey B? Hey, good to see you. If I missed anybody rolling into the stream, thank you for your patience. A little bit low on sleep today, kind of low energy. Just happy to be here.
Here is a present for you.
Just happy to be hanging out with y'all. I appreciate everyone's patience. Thank you again for those of you hanging over on YouTube. We smashed our like goal for the day. I hope y'all are enjoying the show. It was a lot of fun yesterday. I'm glad to be back playing some more Zelda today. And thank you, Tales from the Fandom, for the gifted subscription over to Bailey B. Bringing them in and badging them up. Badging them up and bringing them in, my dude, Joe. Thank you so much. Get some love in the chat. We got to support the supporters, man. If you got a free hand, don't be shy to spam some emotes. It goes a long way. Thank you, man. Sweet. Do. Sometimes YouTube be like that, for real. Ideally, my Twitch experience is always going to be the best, but yeah, YouTube has the potential to be better. It has a higher ceiling, for sure. I like having more alternatives for my broadcast. I'd like to have more alternatives in the future. Maybe down the road, we'll continue to stretch our wings as far as simulcasting. However, anytime we have these talks, to be clear, our goal will always be to provide the best experience we can on Twitch. So simulcasting and stuff is always, you know, a potential path we could take, but only if it doesn't impede the Twitch experience. So slowly but surely, we might attempt implementing, you know, other platforms into the broadcast. I think giving people more options to watch my show is awesome, as long as it doesn't take away from our Twitch experience. So yeah, maybe one day. Maybe one day. All right, we made it to the wetland stable and to our next Zelda memory here. Let's see what she has to say about the wetlands stable. Cockle-doodle-doo.
It was the stable association that came up with the plan for a well at every stable. It makes perfect sense to have access to clean water stores, but an additional aspect of the plan was for the well to serve as a shelter for the people in case of emergency. It is hard to forget the stories of rampaging guardians, their attacks scorching the land.
True. So that's kind of cool for them to add a little bit of context to the wells. Right? Like, and the fact that the wells were not there in Breath of the Wild, but to Tears of the Kingdom, that's actually really cool for them to add a little bit of context to how these wells would have potentially have been made or have been used, right? As far as protection for the people, you know, that's kind of neat. I like that. Guardians mentioned again. Yeah, the wells were awesome. I still have a couple more to discover. I think there's like 10 of them out there. I'm excited because you never know. It's a grab bag. Some of the wells are massive. Some of them are just super little short things. All right, let's head up to this one.
Guidance activating. Proceed far northwest.
We're going to the Boneyard Bridge. Let's use the guidance for fun. And we could actually go ahead and grab another horse while we're here.
Hi. Oh.
Take a horse.
Oh.
Let's go ahead and grab... Let's go ahead and grab Panda Doll. The guidance talks to you? Yeah. How about changing its gear? Nah, its gear's fine. If that happens, you can target while mounted and then force the horse to move step by step. Just be sure you don't put your horse in a dangerous situation. Have you already decided where you'll head next? Perhaps the beautiful city of water, Zora's domain. It's cool that he like offers you advice on where to go.
Proceed far northwest.
Bam, 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 bam. All right, I think we're taking this road. We sure are. Hop, hop. Yo, what's up, Ending Croissant? Good to see you. Yo, Chaos Queen,
Proceed
happy
far
time zone.
northwest.
Oh, are you okay? I know it's been a while since we've rode together, but no need to get feisty on me now. All right,
Please proceed.
let's climb up this tower real quick and see if we got the item. What's up, Jalen?
Proceed far northwest.
We sure did. Nice, dude. I managed to land on the horse from that height. Let's go this way. Getting a lot done. Ooh,
Proceed
nice.
far northwest.
We love those productive vibes. Keep it up, dude. Keep it up, chat. Glad you're taking care of business today. I got Mega Switch 2 FOMO, but games are expensive, and there isn't much out there right now that's exclusive.
Proceed far northwest.
Yeah, I think that Switch 2 FOMO is a little bit ooh, it's the nighttime version of the song.
Proceed some distance
I think it's
northwest.
different at night. I think that FOMO is just that. It's just FOMO because you're not missing out on a ton right now.
Please proceed.
You're not missing out on a ton yet. It's the same song. Next game is Donkey Kong in July. That's right. What's up, Dazza?
Please proceed. Proceed some distance west.
I want this golden apple.
Proceed some distance northwest.
I want this golden apple. All right, you've been a little
Proceed
fussy.
some distance west.
Obviously, you're hungry. All right, stop fussing about, Panda Doll. And let's head to this next Zelda voice memory.
Proceed some distance northwest.
What? That guy's just walking around? What's that guy doing walking around with what? They're just walking around?
Please proceed.
I thought they were always stationary until you activated them. Sure, let's go. Maybe we haven't fought this one yet.
Proceed northwest.
We have not fought this one yet.
Please proceed.
Do, 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 do. Yeah, because I never remembered seeing one walking around. Let me turn it down a little bit. Sorry about that. Will you stop? Why does it feel like you move fast? Oh, because I'm not running.
Proceed northwest.
That helps. Got him. Let me get through that big old body of yours, buddy. Do 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 do. I guess I have to actually pull out a weapon for this, huh?
Proceed northwest.
All right, he's about to bounce me off of him. The
Proceed
voice nav
northwest.
should definitely turn off during battle. Yeah, that's one of the things. So because the app is connected to the game, the thing that's actually talking to us, for those that don't know, is actually my tablet. I
Proceed
just so
northwest.
happen to have my tablet connected to the
Guidance
game.
deactivating.
So that might just be one of the limitations to the content being like connected like that. Like, sure, the game can detect like where I am, but maybe they can't quite detect that I'm in combat. Right? Like, yeah, I agree with you though. I could pause it. Hey, look at that. An Addison sign. Now I can pause it. I can mute it if I want, but like, you know, at that point I'm already in the middle of battle. I wonder if that's an undone Korok as well. Nice. I do agree with you though. It is annoying that it stayed on during battle. Hey, what's up? You have my support. Should we try to do this one legit? Or should we just cheese it again? What kind of tools do we have here? We have a hoe. We have a rocket, and we have all this stuff. Do it legit, cheese it. All right, we'll see. Let's do it legit. The funny part is like, it might actually stand up already. Like, that actually might have been enough. Nah, it's gonna fall over to the side, though. It's for sure gonna fall to the side. But it's close. I do like these. Yeah, I do like doing them sometimes. It's fun. I don't always cheese them. I like actually having fun with these. When I do them legitimately, they always look super crazy. When I do these legitimately, man, they always look like it's like I'm doing way more than I need to. They always look super wonky, like I'm out here doing way more than I needed to. How would you be able to cheese them? I can show you the cheese. So the cheese is this right here. And this works for literally like every single one in the game. If you use this and then lift it up and then put it and push it into the bottom of the sign and then let go. That's it. It's done. Now, if I were to talk to him, like, that's it. No puzzle needed. Just, that's it. It's done. Now there is like one of them in the game. There's like a handful of them that are on such a thin little piece that like it might not work. I think there's one or two in the game that it's like one little piece and it's so thin that sometimes it'll tilt while it's up here. But for the most part, this has worked for like every single one I've ever used. Right, so this is the cheese. But let's see if my build works. I actually don't think it's gonna. It might. It might actually work. Let's put it in diagonally. I think it's gonna work. Yeah, nice. He's standing. Make it blast off. I've never thought about that. That's pretty funny. Nice, dude. So let's see what percentage that puts us at with Addison signs. Dude, I'm so happy we stumbled across one of those. All right, so if I quickly go to categories, I can see that I am now at 83% Addison. That's assuming that it updated instantly. 83% Addison sign confirmed. What is this, like a big apple grove? Sick. You know what they say about apple groves? Beware of monster trees. I was gonna try to get a deer, but there's actually a really fun way to grab apples. So if you do this, and you take this and you connect it to each other, and then you take these and you connect these to each other, and then you proceed to grab these and connect these to each other. All right, keep taking notes. We're not done yet. Then you grab these and you connect these to each other. Then you grab these and you connect these to each other. Keep taking notes. Notes, class is in session. And then you take these and you connect these to each other. And then you take these and you connect these to each other. All right. And then what you do is you grab all the apples and then you grab auto build and you go to your most recent build and you click. And then you walk around and it automatically collects all the apples. So like if I go over here, look, give me that. See, gimme, build. Right now I messed up because I built a bunch with zone eye on accident, but you get the idea. You can just make like a massive net of just apples and you can go around and you can like go around collecting apples. It's cool. Yeah, just cancel and don't build and it drops them in front of you. Is that the trick? It's been a while. Just go here, collect all the apples. Doop, 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 doop. Cancel. 2 apples in front of me. Yeah, look at that. So you can just go apple collecting super easily. Just doop, doop, doop. And you never have to climb a tree again. The bees are angry. You notice that? You notice these bees are angry? Freaking bees. Link getting punched by bees always gets me. Whew. We got lightning bolts. We got bees. What else is going to happen out here? Where's my horse at? It's over here. You gotta be around here somewhere. Oh, I'm going further away from it. Oh, I see. Oh, there it is. He's trying to get to me. Look. Look at him go. He's trying. He's coming, dude. He's coming, dude. Let's go. Yes, dude. Beautiful horse. I just threw the best sword into oblivion by mistake. Oops. That's no good. Dude, that's effed up, dude. That's effed up, man. What kind of trash is that, dude? Look away for 1 second. Anyways, at least my horse found shelter. There's a Korok around here. And I want him. Oh, there he is. He's a little book bag Korok. Oh, he's already been marked. I ignored him last time. Might as well as keep the tradition alive. We're going to ignore him again. Eventually, I'm going to get to the point to where the only thing I have left to do in this game... Wait, there's an unfound well around here. Wait. Ooh. On the new feature, is there a Korok finder? There is. Yes, you could just hunt the Koroks via this cool new Zelda Notes app. So it's somewhere in Castletown, right under my nose, dude? I mean, that makes sense because Castletown has a ton of ruins. And ruins and wells are go together in this game. Like, you find some ruins, you'll find some wells. Wait, is this it right here? Hyrule Castletown's ruins well. Ooh, one of the few ruins I have left. One of the few wells I have left in the game, dude. And we're discovering it here live. How sick is that? Ooh, and it's not your average well. There's more afoot. Oh, sick. What's going on in here? All right, let's get some lights on in here. I see an enemy through the wall. Well, well, well. Oh. These guys are scary. This guy's gonna hurt if he gets the first hit on me. These guys, dude, it's so scary being up and personal with one of these. Dude, like, get out of here. You're actually massive. I don't think I ever realized how big the Horoblins are. I don't think I truly appreciated their size. Dude, that thing is big, man. Well, Tullen said, bye-bye. Thanks, Tullen. That's why we keep you around. This is why you're the only sage for me. A royal halberd. All right, let's see where this takes us, just to kind of see. Sometimes the wells do turn into caves. Yes, you are right. Now, I've discovered all the caves in the game. So, if that does happen, which would be super exciting and fun, I'm still just mostly here for the well. As far as, exploration is concerned. But I think that's one of the coolest things in this game, man. Like, you just said it, baby. Sometimes the wells turn into straight up caves and have cave entrances as well. Like, this game did such a good job with the exploration, dude. Zelda games and adventure games, they're all about the exploration, dude. And I think that's it. A cute little cave with some horriblins. Look at that piece of architecture there, but nature has taken it over. Isn't that kind of cool? And this makes sense because this was below the Hyrule Castle town. So it makes sense that there would have been, like, this is man-made. Like, there would have been a man-made architecture in here. Because this is obviously a well that was made to provide fresh water to the people. You know? Exploring is one of my favorite things to do in games. Yeah, dude. Just running around and exploring and finding secrets. And Tears of the Kingdom just kicked it up a notch, right? Whereas Breath of the Wild had already succeeded in creating one of the best adventure experiences out there. And then Tears of the Kingdom just kind of kicked it up to the next level as far as exploration. Instead of it, only being a handful of things that you could discover over time, shrines, Koroks, weapons, mob camps, you also had the luxury of finding caves and wells and, the sky locations and Sage's wills. And they really just kicked it up a notch. Nice, dude. Very cool. Dude, I'm so happy we found a new well today. I think I only have a handful of wells left to discover. Like maybe 5 remain. Maybe 5 remain. So that's really, really cool. All right, well, let's keep going towards our goal now. We're trying to go for a Zelda memory up here. Oh, wait, there's actually one right next to us in the Hyrule Cathedral. Let's go here. Let's see what Zelda has to say about this broken down ruins of the Hyrule Cathedral.
The ruins of Hyrule Cathedral. I often came here to pray that my powers would finally awaken. Though this place does bring me comfort, I also feel bitter at my many unanswered prayers.
Yikes. She's got that bittersweet vibe going, huh? The Hyrule Cathedral. Okay. All right, and then there's another voice memory right up here. Crossing this bridge. And apparently this bridge is named the Boneyard Bridge. But look, I don't have a name on this bridge yet. Which means this is one of the named locations I'm looking for. Look, we're at 86.39%. Watch what happens when I cross this bridge. Watch what happens when I cross this bridge. I think I'm about to get a new named location. Which is insane for this late in the game. For me to stumble across a new named location. That's pretty crazy. I might have never walked across this bridge. Again, I usually just like floated everywhere in this game. I was a big floater. So this is interesting that I might have found a new location. And a Korok, mind you. Let's get the Korok first really quick. And then let's check our percentage again. 86.43%. All right, let's see how much it's worth to get a new named location. Boom. 86.47%. Wait, what did I just say? Did I just say 86.46? Did I only get 0.1? 0.01? Okay, 43. So I got 0.04. Oh, that's so gross. 0.04% is all they gave me for finding this bridge, dude. You suck, game. You suck, dude. At least we got it, though. Yikes, man. Yikes, dude. Oh, Hylian's a real turder. I mean, floater. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I always like to believe things for face value, but as soon as I saw the word Facebook, I'm not gonna lie, I instantly am questioning this now. I'm gonna go do my own research real quick. Let's see which of the terrible clickbait YouTubers decided to clickbait the Animal Crossing community again. All right, so I got this post by Nintendo from 6:30 p.m. yesterday. And this is it. This is it. I got this post. This is from 6:30 p.m. yesterday. From official Nintendo. Should I make a YouTube video about it? New information about Nintendo Animal Crossing New Horizons, Nintendo Switch 2 confirmed. Recently, Nintendo has been speaking up on their socials about Animal Crossing. Just look at this super detailed, insane post that they just released on X.com yesterday. They used the word vibing and spelled it with a V, an I, a B, an I, an N, and a G, which is exactly how you normally spell vibing. But take a look at this. They followed it up with a period. And with that type of punctuation, there is no way that you could tell me otherwise. Confirmed Switch 2 edition of New Horizons is coming. And if we go even further into this photo, this tiger could represent Frosted Flakes. It's great! And what is more great than Animal Crossing New Horizons Switch 2 edition? That combined with the choice of the dove item on the shelf, doves represent life, love, bright, good vibes, good energy. New Horizons 2 is coming. Next up, if we take a look at the record player of choice, they chose orange. Now, orange is a specific color for them to choose because if it was red, it would say no. And if it was yellow, it would say go. But orange implies that there's some sort of withheld information. They're not telling us everything they could be telling us. And I believe that the orange record player represents that. There is indeed a confirmation that Animal Crossing is coming to Switch 2. Just take a look at everything here and tell me otherwise. This has been Highly in Descent over at twitch.tv/Highly in Descent, and I will expect all of your Twitch Prime subscriptions within the next hour, or all of this information could actually be wrong. So if you want the information to be real, you're gonna have to Twitch Prime subscribe to me within the next hour. Highly in Descent, out. Wait, hold on a second. Somebody's actually doing that in the wait, hold on a second. Somebody's doing it. Look, am I crazy for speculating an Animal Crossing music maker game? Hand-drawn record covers, facing a tiger, maybe referencing Eye of the Tiger. Old record player, listening to music with a headset. I'm likely just crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Animal Crossing community. Well, holy heck, dude. No, I wasn't cheesing on Blood Raven or anything. For the record, I like to believe this kind of stuff. Nowadays, man, with AI and stuff, dude, it's pretty, man. Anybody watch John Oliver? You know, I'm not a political guy, but John Oliver puts out some pretty funny content, and he just put out a video on a thing called like AI slop, and the idea that like we're all going to be drowning in AI slop over these next couple years, like it's going to be bad, and it's only getting worse. And he even uses a bunch of examples of like moms thinking that like cute pictures are real, but they're not, and like people are really like anyways, I'm not looking to have a conversation about AI, so let's move on. I just bring that up because I think we all need to be aware of just how vigilant we all need to be about misinformation at this current time in our lives. Whether it's an announcement about Animal Crossing New Horizons, or whether it's a picture of a cute dog, I think we just all need to be aware of the possibility that anything we see at any time could literally be fake. Anything. Me, I could show up one day on stream and I could not be me. Like, and I'm saying that kind of as a joke, but like, you guys, like, just please be vigilant. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy stuff though. Enjoy stuff. Listen, a fake picture of a cute dog isn't not cute because it's fake. A cute picture of a dog is a cute picture of a dog. I don't care if it's AI or not. It's cute. And I like looking at cute stuff. So this isn't a conversation about not enjoying stuff. It's just a conversation about please be aware of just how bad it really is. And if you don't think it's that bad yet, go watch the John Oliver video. All right? If you don't think it's that bad yet, go watch the video, because like I'm telling you, you might not realize just how bad it's starting to become. Because what John Oliver highlights is now AI slop is a business. It's not just fun, right? When AI first came out, it was fun. It was like, okay, let's make funny things with AI. Now it's a business. Now Facebook gets more money if you post on their website, and using AI to do that is how you can get money. It's becoming a job. It's becoming a literal, like there's people in other countries who are now looking at AI to make a living, to pay their bills, dude. And all they do is generate slop, and they post it everywhere they can. So like, I just wanted to put a quick PSA out there. I'm not telling anybody how to live. It's not my place to give news. I don't really care that much. I just wanted to take a moment to say, like, more than ever, we all need to just be more aware of the fact that like we have entered the AI slop era. We are here, and we are here to stay. And it ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Your opinions of AI is fine. Again, we're not even looking to really talk about that a ton. Opinions are always welcome in my chat, but let's just not turn it into an argument, please. And like, yeah, like it just, dude, we're in a different era, man. Life is going to be changing a lot over this next decade, especially the life, like how we spend time on the internet. That's why places like my stream and like other streams on Twitch are going to be like safe havens from the like nonsense, Finding real grounded content and humans and art is going to start to become like a safe haven. And it's going to start becoming like a rare thing that people are going to search after. I think like those interactions and stuff, you know, I think, and if you are somebody who's worried about the inevitable takeover, support your local artist. And that's all, you know, that's all we can really say. You know what I mean? Like, if you are worried about the eventual takeover, if you care enough to think about this, which I don't expect you all to, just do your best to support your favorite artist. That's like the best thing you can do. Don't think it too hard about it. Just make a point to support real artists. Like, if you see a real person who took a picture of something they created and you are pretty confident it's real, share that video, share that picture. Because what's happening, and John Oliver goes over this, is that somebody will take, like, there's an example he uses just real quick to spoil it. There's a guy who like made a wood carving of a wolf, and then there was 100 fake pictures of wood carvings that came out afterwards, but it was all based off of this one guy's real picture of him sitting next to a wolf that he carved himself with his blood, sweat, and tears and his creativity. But then all of these people started making AI pictures of people carving things out of wood. That was the stuff that got traction. That was the stuff that got popular. Everyone was like, wow, look at this. Somebody carved a lion out of wood. But all of it stemmed from this guy who actually did it. And his stuff wasn't getting any traction. His stuff wasn't getting any love. It was the fake stuff that followed that people used to essentially train the AI to make the pictures. And that's just one example. And again, we're not looking to get into the politics of this, please. Of like, why, like, it is important that we are aware and like we try to support the actual artists. Like, try to actually support artists. If somebody's making real music, support them. If somebody's making real art, support them. Try to share their picture. Try to share the stuff that's the actual, you know, foundation of what stuff is being trained off of. I think that's like the best thing we can do is just like share the real stuff and hope that it gets the traction it deserves over the slop that follows. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the best thing I think we can do. And again, I'm not looking to give people advice, but I thought I'd share my thoughts on it. Like, that's probably the best you can do. If you care enough going forward, just like try to pay attention to, like, for example, YouTubers, right? YouTube is actually getting hit really hard with slop. Try liking the videos of real YouTube videos. Maybe don't care as much about the slop. Watch it, have fun. Watch the TikTok of the cat living his story through AI. Like, that's fine, dude. Enjoy it. But maybe make a point to like and repost the real stuff as well, or exclusively. You know what I mean? Like, that's like what I think we should all be doing to like kind of better the scenario. I don't think people need to stop enjoying stuff. I think once you start getting into that icky territory where you start to like look down on people who like it, or you feel a need to like be super nasty and negative about its existence, that's not fun for anybody, man. People are going to like to watch stuff. They're going to watch glass fruit cutting videos and they're going to really enjoy it. Like, I don't think that we should be fighting that. Instead, I think we should just be paying attention to stuff that's real and trying to support it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the best thing we can do, right? I don't think it's a conversation of talking down on people who do enjoy that stuff. You know, in a perfect world, people would just enjoy real stuff, but that's not going to happen. Plus, let's all admit it, whether your opinion of AI is bad or not, and this is a rhetorical comment, we've all probably seen something online that was AI that we thought was cool. At one point. most people probably saw something online and they were like, okay, that's kind of cool. And like, so yeah, you know, I'm sure there's some people in the chat like ready to be like, no, I hate it all. Just chill. I'm not calling you out specifically. Generally speaking, we've all probably seen something that we were like, okay, that's neat. And I think that we should keep that in mind, man. Nobody needs to attack, you know, people about it. You don't need to come down. Don't be weird about it. Just do your part in supporting the real artist. That's the best we can do, because AI era is not going anywhere. Like, it is here to stay. So being negative and weird about it, you're just making it all kind of miserable to exist within. It's like, you know, you could share your opinion, but unfortunate that this might not be a legitimate leak or rumor, though. Sorry, Blood Raven. I'm not sure where you shared it, but here it is. It's Switch Force. Oh no. It's literally Switch Force, dude. Look at the thumbnail. Wowie zowie! Switch to Animal Crossing! Now, to be fair, nothing in this video implies that the Switch 2 stuff is real. It actually says it's all a leak. And this is the same leak that we talked about just the other day with Wood. He's talking about the leak with Wood. He's talking about Beat 'em Up Games leak. Beat 'em Up Games recently went on the record to say that he had a source to say that there was a direct in July and that Isabelle was going to show up and Isabelle was going to announce the next Animal Crossing. So this is the exact, he's talking about the beat 'em ups leak that we talked about yesterday, which is cool because it could be true. It also could just be some BS that beat 'em ups made up to get some clicks. It's a business. Now everyone's talking about beat 'em ups. Right? Now everyone's talking about beat 'em ups. He could have just made it up. Now everyone's going, wow, this guy said this thing. Now everyone's thinking about beat 'em ups. He won. So it's like, it could just be complete hogwash, right? Like, it's just complete garbage. I don't know. I'd like to think that beat 'em ups wouldn't play that game because he's pretty popular already. I would like to think that beat 'em ups wouldn't play the game of I'm gonna completely make something up. And like, for example, like I was having this conversation with my partner, right? And they said, but why would somebody do that? Doesn't it hurt their credibility? Right? So out of curiosity, what do you guys think about that statement? Why would somebody make something up? Doesn't it hurt their credibility in the long run? You want to know what my reply to them was? Not in this day and age. The problem is that everyone would come down on him. Yeah, sure. For a week. For a week, everyone would go, oh, you big liar. But what happens after that? Nothing. The next time he opens his mouth, people are just going to click and watch it again. And he kept his source anonymous. Exactly. Exactly. So when he does come out and that he's wrong, all he has to do is say, well, it wasn't me. It was my source. It wasn't me. I wasn't wrong. It was my source that's wrong. And now all of a sudden he's instantly out of the negative light. He didn't do anything wrong. And instead he got a bunch of clicks and a bunch of exposure. So it's funny because when the Babelian asked this question, I laughed because I was like, you're so right. But in this day and age, credibility doesn't actually mean anything. Like, it really doesn't until you're on the level of like Jeff Keighley. If Jeff Keighley were to do something that really hurt his credibility, it would matter, because Jeff Keighley is a really, really big name, and it could totally bring down his persona. But when you're a YouTuber, when you're some random person on Twitter, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how credible you are. All that matters is that you got traction on your post. So it's kind of funny, man, because you would think that credibility would matter, but it really doesn't. Not in the short term. Not like, or rather like, I guess it just depends. Cause like, I'm sure I would like to believe that if somebody made a mistake, that people wouldn't hold it against them. But if somebody was a repeat offender, then they would. That's what I would like. I would like to believe that if somebody was a repeat offender, that people would wake up and stop supporting them. I would like to think that that's how our society works. That if somebody were to repeatedly lie and put out fake information, that eventually people would see, okay, this guy's not worth us paying attention to. However, I don't know if it works like that nowadays, man. I don't know, man. I think that nowadays you can go and say anything you want about video game leaks, and no matter how many times you're wrong, you're still gonna end up getting a pass at the end of the day. Just look at how you reacted when you found out it was Switch Force. That's true. Yeah. I don't watch Switch Force anymore. I do not believe that Switch Force puts out good content. Yeah, you're right. That you do bring up a good point. I stopped watching Switch Force because he far too often clickbaited me. Far too often he clickbaited me, and I got sick of it, so I stopped watching his videos. I agree. I even got mad the other night at Austin John, because Austin John puts out such great content, but then every once in a while he does some stupid clickbaity thing that ruins his credibility. And I'm like, why are you doing that? You're a successful YouTuber. Why would you do that? Like, let me show you an example real quick, just because I feel like doing it. Look at this. So this guy, Austin John, I'm like, all right. I'm like, he honestly has made great content for years. And then he instantly starts leaning into the internet drama around the Switch 2. And he puts out a controller that goes, "This Nintendo controller injured me." And puts out a whole video about how he feels that because of the way that he was using the Switch 2 Pro controller and because his hands are smaller, it actually injured him. You're 100% playing into the outrage, dude. Why? You did not have to put out a video about the controller injuring you. Like, who cares, dude? That's your own personal experience. He claims that because his hands are too small and he was playing Breath of the Wild, it hurt his hand, and that never happened to him before. I'm like, dude, this video is literally, I want to try to make money off of the fact that it's easy to make money off of being negative about the Switch 2 right now. This video, now maybe I just met Austin John. I would say, okay, it's one video out of 100. It's not that big of a deal. I'll give him a pass. But it's just an example of like, why, dude? And he did the same thing with this. Look at this. Now, this video was almost a meme, and he knew it was a meme. 14 ways to dodge a blue shell. I watched the whole video. There was only 1 or 2 legitimate ways. The other 12 were literal garbage. He literally says in one of the 14 ways is to be faster than the other players. He's like, well, if you get far enough ahead of the other players, then a blue shell actually won't affect you. I'm like, what? That's not Oh, that's not at all legit. So you put out this 14 ways when there was literally 3 legitimate comments in the whole 8-minute long video. 3 of the 14 were legit. And I was like, okay, dude, you're playing me. Like, you are clickbaiting me, dude. You don't need to pump out every single video idea you come up with. As a creator, you don't have to put every single video out that comes into your mind. You could pause and say, wait a second, this is stupid. Like, have some integrity, dude. So again, it's like, man, I like Austin John's content, but he recently pissed me off. And I'm just like, whatever, dude. You're playing games, dude. Somebody say integrity. If you drive off Rainbow Road, you won't get hit with the blue shell, which is actually true. That's one of the things he says in the video. Yeah, that's actually one of the things he says in the video. Is like, he's like, if you drive off the cliff, you technically avoid the blue shell and you actually get a faster comeback because you can boost when you land on the ground. So like, technically you are dodging the blue shell and you're even getting a boost, but you're losing your items. So it might not be worth it to do that. But he does bring that up, which is funny. How to not get kicked in the balls. Jump off a cliff. Yeah, now you're in 9th place. Yeah. Just weird stuff, man. But again, though, this isn't a pitchfork against Austin John. I want to make it clear. I have a lot of respect for other content creators, and I don't want my channel to ever become a let's bash this creator type environment. I talk a little smack here and there. It's mostly been about Animal Crossing YouTubers. Otherwise, I just want to make it clear. You gotta pay your bills. Does that mean that I have to respect that content? No. But I do respect the hustle. I don't hate the player. I hate the game. Right? I respect the hustle. You know, you do what you gotta do, but unfortunately, I'm less likely to click on the next Austin John video that comes across my feed. Now, I might just be one guy and maybe he doesn't need me, but it's that mindset that turns your content into a sourpuss environment. If your mindset is, I don't need that guy that I'm going to piss off because of the clickbait, you're never, ever going to find true success. You're going to eventually wane, right? You know what I mean? Like, I've learned that even through my own stream, like, that respecting every individual that comes into my channel is always going to be better than having a little fun and picking on a troll or something, because all that does is lessen the value of my show over time, because that one person could have very well been a fan and a long-term supporter, even if they were a little edgy or a little different, you know what I mean? So just like I've always tried to keep the mindset that every single individual is valuable to my content and to my viewership. And I feel like with YouTube, the last thing you want to do is set a precedent for clickbaits. The last thing you want to do is get people used to your content being useless. Oh, another clickbaiting video. Because just as Deza called out, right, like with Switchforce pushed me so far that now I will never watch one of his videos. I just don't need to. I'll research and go watch somebody else. And that's just like one example where I'm sure that dude would be more successful if he actually cared about the people who click on his stream, click on his videos, and you don't take advantage of us, you know? Like, we're not looking to be, you know, taken advantage of. Now we can use Mr. Beast's new AI thumbnail generator to copy other YouTubers' thumbnails. But yeah, I just wanted to be clear, you know, I have no problem with Austin John. He's okay. The comments are always so terrible on his videos. Yeah, because he like created this atmosphere, and like that kind of sucks, man. You know, I don't want to see a creator fail. Yeah, me too, Toad, right? Like, I want to see him succeed, man. I don't care how oversaturated this space becomes. I wish nothing but success for the people around me. I don't care. You could be a direct competitor to me. Because at the end of the day, I am a firm believer that the end product is what matters most and those receiving it. And for every person that clicks on an Animal Crossing video and gets fulfilled, and that's another chance that somebody clicks on mine because we're happy and we're creating in a cohesive environment. But when, you know, you click on Twitch and every other stream is some nonsense, discrimination, you know, negativity, that makes Twitch as a whole feel bad for the viewers. And like, I just want you all to have the best experience possible, whether you're here in my stream or in somebody else's. Unfortunately, you know, I'm not in a position to ever tell another creator what to do, because that would be crossing the line. But I would like to think that we all, as creators, are putting the viewers first, because that creates a better environment for all of us to find success. Right? Like that's the best. That would be like the best case scenario. You know, perfect world vibes would be we all take care of our viewers at the utmost care, at the utmost, you know, level, so that we all create an environment where people are comfortable and enjoying the different content around the platform, you know? But anyways, that was a lot of words to say a lot of nothing, you know, whatever. You know, I'm just yapping at this point. I've been yapping for 5 or so. I've been waiting to play the game because I'm about to go to a Zelda voice here. So let's go do that real quick. We might have to fight these enemies. Let's see if we can just sneak past them. Oh, it has something to do with this tree lane. It has something to do with these trees.
This forest park was the direct responsibility of the royal family, cared for and built upon by each successive generation of rulers. Though it has been partially destroyed by fire, that does not spell the end of our ancestors' legacy. In fact, I believe I caught sight of some new growth emerging already.
And then she shows a picture of this tree right here. So the picture is this tree, and this is the new growth she's talking about. But let's go back to that for just a second. So this park was the direct responsibility of the royal family, cared for and built upon by each successive generation of rulers. That's such like an interesting tidbit of knowledge, referencing the fact that there were multiple people that ruled over Hyrule over the years. Right? Like, that's kind of cool. Rarely do they talk about that. Rarely do they talk about those moments in this game, about like the past rulers and the idea that there were people who ruled before the current people. Like, they don't always talk about that. They don't always lean into that, I find. I really enjoy that, actually. Yeah, it talks through the app. So, like, for example, if I jump over here really quick, I'm going to do something kind of unprofessional, but I'm just going to do it. If we jump over here and we grab this here, this is actually what I'm looking at, and I actually have it connected to my stream. All right, so if we jump back over here, this is actually what I'm using. And if you actually pay attention here, the map is actually real time. Like, watch Link. The map is actually real time. Like, I'm actually traveling in the game. It's all real time, 1-for-1. So I use this map, and then I go and I find different voice memories. Like, for example, the one right here. So I've already discovered this, but as I walk over to one that I have yet to discover, it talks to me. So I could go back in here and I could press play.
Ruins of Hyrule Cathedral. I often came here to pray that my powers would
right? So, and then there's also other things that the app does. There's like a place to store your amiibos or something like that. There's like your play data. Oh, there's my horse. Thanks. I earned the Voice Memory Seeker medal, so there's like achievements now. We love some chivies, some chivins. Nice. These are some of the people here. I never changed my picture, apparently. So yeah, we go back to navigation, and then I can go to categories, and I can actually navigate towards anything. So I'm not trying to do this too much because I don't want to spoil stuff for myself. I like that I still have stuff to explore. But just to give you an example here, so this says other places. So now if I go and I uncheck these, now this is all the other places on the map. And look you see the Bone Bridge? We just explored that. So this is how I could search for all the named locations in the game. Right? So now, or I could say, let's go to Koroks. Now, if I go to Koroks and I go down, now I can see every Korok on the map, ones that I've either discovered by, you see all the Koroks, or I can do ones that I have yet to discover. So I could say, okay, take me to this Korok.
Guidance activating. Proceed southeast.
So now I have the map guiding me, and the voice is telling me where to go. And she'll correct me if I get off path. She'll correct me and everything.
Please proceed.
What? That can happen? Did you just see that? Dude, why is this horse getting hurt with all the elements of the world? Like, this horse has been struck by lightning, caught on fire.
Proceed a short distance southeast.
Map in the way. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to show people what it's like. So I kind of want you to watch the map.
East.
Yeah. Sorry. All right, now watch when I get over here.
Proceed a short distance northeast. You have reached your destination. Guidance deactivating.
And as you can see in game, if you take a look at the map, this is where I just walked to this Korok. And as you can see in game here, I'm here. So you see, I use the map to track this. So this is how this works. So yeah, it's all done through the app. The voice you're hearing is actually through the app. And that includes the voice memories that we're currently exploring. Now, there's 3 different types of voice memories in the game. There's Zelda voice memories. There's Sky and Rauru voice memories, which I'm really excited to get further into Raru's memories, because I think he's going to have a lot of things to tell us about the Imprisoning War era and stuff. And then we also have Koga. So Koga is the person in the depths, and he tells us about his journey of exploring the depths and setting up his bases and stuff in the depths. So that's like all these stuff with this app here and like what we're doing. I just don't feel the need to have it on the screen because we don't really need to see it, and it's kind of big and gaudy, which is why I'm just hiding it and we're just listening to it, because we don't really need to see. All right, let me back out of here and then reload the navigation. All right, and then we're heading over here. So let's go. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, no problem. Not everyone's hip. Not everyone's hip. Yeah, these features are available for Breath of the Wild as well. And thank you, Cozy, for letting me know about the map, because I do be forgetting. Actually, there's a Korok right here. I do be forgetting often. I really appreciate it. I wanted to make sure that was appreciated, even if I was doing it on purpose. His little cries, I know. 3, 4, 5. Oh, nice. Let's stand here for a second. Oh, we can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Okay, this isn't gonna work. I guess I'm gonna have to pop a sticky potion or something. I don't even think I have any of those around. All right, I guess I'll put on the armor. Never mind. Yeah. I was being lazy. Oh wait, this is not the next one. Oh, I see. Yo, enjoy your lurk, Sunset Sass. Good to see you. Can anyone be your friend on this? Yeah, anybody can be my friend. So here. I mean, if you guys want, I shared it in the Discord, but I can bring it up again real quick if somebody wants to take a clip or if you want to take a quick screenshot of it or whatever, but the way it's all done through QR codes. So if I pull this up real quick and I go to item sharing, here's my QR code. Here you go. So all you have to do is scan this, and then you can add me. And then if you add me, I'm pretty sure I can instantly add you back as long as your share settings are the proper settings. As long as your settings are properly set up, you can I can just add you back. Again, I can share it in the Discord again as well, if that's easier. I'll do it later. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you add me, the game, it'll tell me. Like right here, Belladonna registered your item box. Register Belladonna's item box. Boom. We're in. Yeah, I got you back. Boom. Got Top Cat as well. Boom. Got Zelda as well. All right, nice. And the way it works is that if you have sharing enabled, then people can take from your chest freely. So be careful. If you add too many people, if you have sharing enabled, then people could be taking from your like chest and stuff freely. So you want to make sure that you're only adding people that you trust, or you want to disable sharing. But just to kind of test it, if anybody wants to test, if I go to item sharing, deposit, I can deposit 10 bombs if somebody needs some extra bombs. And then I can deposit, what other useful items might I have? I can't cook for you, but I can share you item. Like I can show you this gloom sword. I think it's not letting me. Oh, you can only do 10 items per day. Oh, so I've hit my limit. So you can only do 10 items per day. But now, for those of you that accepted my item list, you'll find the 10 bombs in there, and you can go grab the bombs out of my inventory. So for those of you that, you can either go take them out of my inventory, or I can send them to yours. Right? So you guys can snatch them up or whatever, or take them, or either way, you can like test it out if you want. You're welcome to kind of test it. And then once the item's in your inventory, you just want to click on it and you want to just say withdraw. And as you withdraw it, it'll appear in game. And then all you have to do is go to this and say withdraw. And you can take the item into your game. So it's, if you need any help, I can go through another little mini tutorial showing it off. Like actually having it on the screen, but I don't mind doing that. I didn't know the Nintendo app was a thing. Yeah, because a lot of those features are kind of new, though. So you might not have missed out on much, because the Nintendo app has evolved over time. It started off as just like a way to talk to people while playing games, but it's big time evolved. So I'm not even sure the screenshot feature was there when it was first out. Yeah, isn't that cool, Dolore? Yeah, you can trade items with each other. You can trade all sorts of stuff. I'll have to try it when I get home from work. Yeah. Of course, you can ask in the Discord if you have any questions or concerns. All right, let's make sure we get our Korok mask back on. Always. I had to upload the screenshots to Facebook. I used to upload them to Twitter, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-na-na-na-na. All right, we're heading over to this little island. So let's cut through here. Yeah, exactly, Cozy. People horse. People horse. Dude, even in all this rubble, the horse manages to find the path. Horses are considered some of the more smart creatures, right? Like as far as like intelligent levels? Aren't they considered some of the smarter creatures? What's up, Bernards? Do 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 do. It's time for a voice memory from Zelda. Ooh, it's gonna be about this burnt down building. The Castletown prison. Ooh.
Ever since I was a child, I was always forbidden from crossing the bridge over the moat to reach Castletown prison. So today is the first time I have ever set foot here. The calamity has not spared this place, leaving behind only these scorched columns. But perhaps that is for the best. Perhaps Hyrule no longer has need of a prison.
What a wishful thinker. Perhaps Hyrule is no longer in need of a prison. What a wishful thinker, dude. Interesting. The Hyrule prison. Horses are so smart, they can be stupid. I like that. That's actually kind of fun. A funny way to word that. Only when a creature has the ability to be stupid are they truly smart. Highly in Descent, Proverb 343. Fasting for blood work is overrated. Big time. Fasting for your health, not so much. I don't know. I just felt being cheeky. The Hyrule prison. And that concludes the bulk of Hyrule Field. The bulk of Hyrule Field has been conquered. We've gotten all the voice memories from the bulk of Hyrule Field. We'll leave our horse here, actually. And let's go back up to the sky and get a little bit more insight from Rauru. And I couldn't think of a better place to go than potentially over here in the Room of Awakening. Now, I think we already got a couple here. I think we went up here purposefully looking for memories when we first got our Switch 2. Dude, the loading times are insane. Yeah, I'm thinking these might be lower than us. Okay, there should be one right here. It could be maybe below us or above us. Let's voice guidance it.
Guidance activating. Proceed upward.
Upward. I do got the hover
Proceed
bike recipe.
southeast and upward.
I do got that juicy hover bike recipe. Dang it. That was it right there.
Proceed southeast and upward. Proceed east and upward. Proceed a short distance east. Proceed east and downward.
East and downward?
Proceed a short distance east.
Oh, it's right here.
In this vicinity.
In this vicinity.
A crystal refinery, and one responsible for a highly complex manufacturing process. The nature of the work was such that only a select few constructs could perform it, and only 2 of those remain in operation. Fortunately, that is enough for now. Though apparently there was a time when they could be found throughout the kingdom.
Interesting. So, is there an air of implying something about the depths there as a part of their kingdom? Or is he really just talking about the surface of Hyrule just had more of these battery dudes? That's interesting, because like we know that the most of the batteries and most of the steward constructs can be found in the depths. So like, did they consider the depths as a part of their kingdom, maybe? Is that a way to kind of interpret that comment? Did they consider the depths to be as a part of their kingdom? I wonder if that can be implied or extracted from that comment. Right? Because like, I don't know if you would necessarily instantly think that they would believe that about the depths. The depths seems like it's a pretty separate entity. I don't know, pretty interesting for sure. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. I'm looking for Rauru here. I think he's down below me. I think he's like right here. Okay, this way. Oh yeah, it's time. Voice memory activate. Gah. There is cows, yeah. It's Koga.
This is known as a Zonai device dispenser. But the concept of leaving things to chance is not one often seen in our civilization. I myself believe that it was originally created with a different purpose. Maybe it was used for entertainment. Or maybe it was not even originally made by the Zonai. The ways of our ancestors are sometimes unclear.
What?
But they are also interesting puzzles to unravel.
Dude, I knew Rauru was gonna break my brain, dude. So wait a second. A crystal refinery and one responsible for a highly complex manufacturing process. The nature of the work was such that only a few... Oh, wait, hold on. Wrong one. That's Fading Legacy. Let me go and find this one. Okay. This is known as a Zonai device dispenser, but the concept of leaving things to chance is not often seen in our civilization. I myself believe that it was originally created with a different purpose. So is he implying that he doesn't even know about like the history of his own people? Maybe it was used for entertainment, or maybe it was not even originally made by the Zonai. That it was not even made by the Zonai. Who else would have made this? The ways of our ancestors are sometimes unclear, but they are interesting puzzles to unravel. So the Zonai people descend from the sky to Hyrule and found Hyrule Kingdom, right? Isn't that like... So the Zonai people ascend from the sky, that's the story of the game, right? To Hyrule, and then they found the Kingdom of Hyrule. They do the original founding of the Kingdom of Hyrule, but they originally ascended from the sky. And then they met the Hylians, the like original Hylians, and together they found the Kingdom of Hyrule. But do we know about the history of the Zonai and what they were doing, or how long they were around before that? Do we have information about like what were the Zonai doing, and like where were the Zonai before the founding of Hyrule? Where did they come from? And like, how does Rauru not know about the history of the Zonai? I guess I was kind of under the impression that the Zonai people just kind of appeared with this game. Right? So like, who are the only Zonai actually left in the game? Is Sonia a Zonai? Or was she a Hylian? Was Sonia a Hylian that was just dating a Zonai? So the only true Zonais were, as you said, Rauru and Mineru. So Rauru and Mineru descended from the sky and founded Hyrule with the Hylians. But we don't know anything about the Zonai outside of that. So their civilization died out. Now, is that a confirmation? Is there somewhere in the game that they talk about their civilization dying? I kind of remember that, but I need a brush up on my knowledge of Zonai. So they descend from a dying civilization. Do we know why they descended to Hyrule? Was it because everything was dead for them or something? Like, I'm so curious. Like, what? So this guy's just spitballing. He has no idea. But I can't get over this fact. Maybe it wasn't even originally made by the Zonai. The fact that he's even remotely implying that these devices were made by somebody else is really insane. Let me check my friends list. I'm not sure. Chaos Queen, you might have done it correctly. I don't know if I don't see you in here yet. Oh, here it is. Got you. Boom. All right, we're linked. Okay, trips. Boom. So I can't register your box, Trips, because you have sharing disabled, but you have mine registered. So you would have to enable that, and then I could get your box. But I think that at any time you can disable your sharing. It's a little confusing, but either way, I do have you added, Trips. You do have me added to your save. Yeah, it's not a problem, but weren't made by the Zonai we know. Well, yeah, but like, to be clear, listen to exactly how he words this. I'm not necessarily talking about that comment. I'm talking about, he says the Zonai in general.
Guidance
Listen.
activating.
This is known as a Zonai device dispenser. But the concept of leaving things to chance is not one often seen in our civilization. I myself believe that it was originally created with a different purpose. Maybe it was used for entertainment, or maybe it was not even originally made by the Zonai.
So, to be clear, he is 100% implying that it wasn't even made by the Zonai at all in that sentence. But then he goes further to talk about the ancestors afterwards.
The ways of our ancestors are sometimes unclear, but they are also interesting puzzles to unravel.
So while I do agree that he's simultaneously referencing his ancestors, he's also making a very strange comment about how this could have been built by people that were not Zonai. And that adds the next question, then who would have built it? And that's a fun speculation to have. Who would have built this if it wasn't the original Zonai? Who in the history of Hyrule would have built this? Could it have been the people who built the original Divine Beast technology that the Sheikahs stumbled across? Which I assumed was like the gods. Could it have been like remnants from like the original Hyrule from way back in like Ocarina of Time? Could it have been like remnants of like the original Sheikah from way back in like Ocarina of Time era? You know, like I just, like, who knows? Like, who would have built this, right? Now, also, you guys know the theories about how there's two different types of Zonai in the game, right? About, like, the Zonai in the Faron wetlands, the Faron lands, the Faron woods, right? Like, you know the theory that, like, there was, like, the Zonai before the Zonai of this game. I wonder if he's also maybe nudging towards them. Because he talks about the ancestors of the Zonai. Maybe he really is talking about a group of Zonai that were here before his group of Zonai. So to go back to what Inyo Base was saying, not him, but a different type of Zonai. And if you go back to like some of the original lore that we talked about in this game, there is obviously a hint of a group of people that were around before the Zonai. There's clearly like two different groups of Zonai. There's like the ancients, and then there's like Rauru and Mineru. For those that don't know the speculation I'm talking about, I would have to travel to this area to show you really quick, which I'm not afraid to do, but it's just a really fun speculation point. Like almost like different clans, right? Like this is just like a really fun thing to show off for those that have never seen this before. So I'm going to take the time, especially with these loading times. I just want you to see one thing here because I think this is really, really cool. All right. So if you take a look at this, I want to be here. Excuse me. I went to the wrong place. Yeah, cousin Zonai, cousin. All right, like I just want to show this because I love showing this off because this is one of the first things that I ever saw that helped me better speculate on like some of the events of this game. And I thought this was the coolest thing when it comes to environmental storytelling. And honestly, in my opinion, one of the major points of defense to no, I think the developers were very purposefully leaving plot holes. They weren't doing it because they were lazy. They were doing it on purpose. And this is the first example. Take a look at this. Look. Here, we have the Zonai structures that we like have come to known being covered up by a different Zonai structure. Look, so as if there was originally a structure here and somebody came and built over it with a different structure, as if a different tribe of Zonai were here and they were building on top of like an original tribe or something along those lines. Look at this. This is purposeful. This is obvious. Look, this isn't just aging. This isn't just time and wear and tear. It is very obvious that there is two different types of architecture here layered on top of each other. And you cannot help but say to yourself, wait a second. What the frick was going on here? And then you can start adding stuff from Breath of the Wild. Now, in Breath of the Wild, there was a Zonai people, and the Zonai were referenced in an outfit. Am I correct about that? So there was an outfit that you would wear. It was the barbarian armor. And in Breath of the Wild, the barbarian armor references the Zonai people. It literally says in the armor, this is an armor that was designed by the Zonais. And in this game, it made people start to speculate that there were two different tribes of Zonai. One of the speculations are the Zonai, the Hylians that were left on the land after Rauru and Mineru lifted up Hyrule. One of the biggest speculations we got from this information when the game first came out was that after Mineru lifted Hyrule up into the sky, they left a bunch of people below the ground. And all those people that were left on the ground were still calling themselves Zonai. They were still under the ruling of the Zonai people. And they branched off and they started doing their own thing. And this is where you get this super interesting Farron kind of Zonai technology. Like this is the perfect example right here. You see these types of structures all over the Farron Wastelands. You see these structures all over Breath of the Wild. So like they were left behind, but they were still like following in the teachings of the Zonai, of their original leaders. That's like one of the speculations. Either way, I just wanted to show you guys this area because I think this area is one of the best examples that we have of like there's something going on here, and through the environmental storytelling, there obviously is two separate groups of Zonai. I think that's a very that's a fact that we can almost put into like writing, right? Like there was two different types of Zonai. And I think that's like kind of confirmed in the environmental storytelling. And the whole reason I brought all this up is to go back to the original discussion point, Raru and this freaking voice memory talking about how who built this structure. Well, dude, it had to have been like maybe the ancient Zonai, or maybe, right? Like maybe the ancient Zonai that were left on Hyrule decided to build these things that housed their, like, the original Zonai technology that they, you know, that was like kind of no longer a part of their lives, so that they could use them or something. I don't know. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, it was built as a preservation technique. Also, maybe even like ordered by like Mineru, right? Because like at this point, Mineru was on her own after Raru stuck his hand in Ganon's chest. So I wonder if one could speculate that Mineru was like, we need to build these because we need Link in the future to have access to our technology. So maybe she ordered them to be built. Maybe this was a part of her like journey. Like her legacy might be these items, right? The Zonai are the original Sheikah, and their influence has been there all along. They existed before Skyward Sword sent by the gods, and they were the ones who created the ancient robots and Sandship. They became the first rulers of Hyrule, died out or went into hiding, and continued to help Hyrule and work for the gods. So that's speculation, though. That's not fact. Because the official Nintendo timeline doesn't place them before Skyward Sword. That's, yeah, that does sound cool, though. But I don't know if that's official or not. To my understanding, the placement of these games and Zonai and stuff, it's all well after the events of the original games, right? Because we went through the timeline yesterday, and these games,
It was here that we used the capabilities of frost emitters to create a permanently snowy region.
Here, I'm gonna actually pause this and reset it real quick because it's lagging. So I do like that theory, and I've heard the theory that they were the quote unquote original Sheikah. What you mean by that is they were like the original protectors of Hyrule, right? So the whole Demise Goddess War was supposed to be ancient history by the time of the floating islands in Skyward Sword. Right. So, but that doesn't have anything to do with the Zonai, right? So like, that is a theory. I've heard that theory before. I've actually heard that theory before. And that theory is, it almost goes along with one of the timelines that place the events of the imprisoning war well into the beginning of like the timeline, and like the idea that the Zonais were around before Skyward Sword, and a lot of the stuff that happened before Skyward Sword. But I don't know. I think that is a fun theory though, for sure. My only criticism of that theory is I don't know if you can place the Zonai anywhere near Skyward Sword. I don't know, because I think the Zonai were specifically only a part of the timelines after the like reset. We'll call it the Great Reset. You know, Imprisoning War, Breath of the Wild. Yeah. So that is now that doesn't mean that the theory's wrong though. That theory is fun because what it does is it gives us an actual placement of the Zonai. And that's a thing, like Zonai were technically new to the Zelda series, so we do have a lot of room to speculate where the Zonai actually fit in. You know what I mean? Like, we technically have a lot of room to speculate on that because the Zonai were obviously a new addition to the franchise with Tears of the Kingdom, with Breath of the Wild. So now that we have this new addition, we can, step off of the meta, right? I always like to say step away from meta, step away from the meta energy where you're thinking, what do the developers want us to think? Instead, say to yourself, what if we just didn't know about the Zonai up until now? What if Hylian NL's theory is correct? What if the Zonai have been in the background the whole time? Manipulating, shaping, molding. Right? Like they could have been. They could have totally been in the background from the very beginning. Adding, eventually creating the real Sheikahs. Eventually manipulating enough to where that they created a tribe of people around them, but like in secret. Eventually the Sheikah become the protectors of Hyrule, but in all reality, the Sheikah could very well be, proxies of the Zonai. They could be, just working in their stead over time, right? Or their stead rather. Good writing makes mistake left out info important at the right time. Right, exactly. It's also implied that Sonia and Rauru had children. There is an implication there, huh? I also missed a comment from Miss Petch that I wanted to get back to. But they said, is there a mini game from a previous Zelda game that has random events / items that pop out? Which is a really interesting thing because you're talking about the fact that Rauru comments on the mini games and says that normally the Zonai were not a fan of randomness. That is like a super interesting thing, like as if he's kind of like referencing like an old mini game or something. That's really interesting. So I wonder, I think there is a lot of exploration to be done in the theories of where the Zonai truly emerged and how long were they just the sky people, right? How long were the Zonai just the sky people? How long were they, in the background? Right? Because like that, I think there is a conversation to be had about that. And I just want to comment because there is a lot of mysteries about the sky people. Like, for example, Twilight Princess even kind of goes into the sky people a little bit. And maybe there's a connection between Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, and the Zonai. Maybe the sky people of Twilight Princess, the sky people of Minish Cap, the sky people of Skyward Sword, like, the creation era, and the Zonai, maybe there's a connection between all of them. Maybe the Zonai were the sky people the whole time, but we didn't know them under that name over the history of Hyrule. Maybe they were known as different things. They were different entities. We didn't quite understand that there was a connection, right? I believe the Sheikah was refound plans for them in their archaeological findings. Who made the Guardians? Yeah, so like the Guardians were made, it's like there's a lore about the Guardians. Essentially, the Guardians were found via research about the calamity, right? So like, how did the Sheikah find the Guardians? If I remember exactly how it's talked about in Breath of the Wild, they originally stumbled across them in their research to protect Hyrule. Yeah, in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, the Sheikah people discovered the Guardians and other ancient technology by excavating them from the ground. These guardians were created by the Sheikah themselves, along with the divine beast, to protect Hyrule. So the thing that's not all the way clear here is, so was the technology excavated? And then they were reactivated, right? Is that like what they're trying to say? A century before the game's events, King Rome and Princess Zelda, with the help of the Sheikah, unearthed the Guardians and Divine Beast in preparation for Ganon's return. Right, and I kind of understand. I do know the story of Breath of the Wild pretty well. The one thing that's not clear in the reading here is, did they find them whole and intact, or did they create them from some sort of technology that was found? Right? Because right here at the Zelda fandom wiki, it says the Guardians are ancient machines created by the Sheikah. That's like the first sentence right there. Created by the Sheikah. So the word created is being used lightly. You know what I mean? Like, did they create them from hand, or did they create them with the knowledge of other technology? Like, this is being used really loosely, and I don't like it. Like, which one was it? Right? Like, which one was it? Was it created or not? The original ones that were buried were created by Sheikah ancestors. Oh, so maybe Sheikah ancestors left it behind to be rediscovered by the modern day Sheikahs so that they could help with the future calamity that I believe was like some sort of prophecy or something. Like, I think they knew that Ganon was going to return for some reason, right? Like, I think that's a part of the story of Breath of the Wild. Like, they knew because of some sort of prophecy that Ganon was inevitably going to return. Yeah, like legends handed down. Right, exactly. Like, that was a thing that was for sure going to happen. So they went searching for information on how to prevent it from being a disaster, which, as we all know, they completely fumbled that one. They completely fumbled that one. All right, let me replay this real quick.
It was here that we used the capabilities of frost emitters to create a permanently snowy region. By encircling the island in cold air, we created an ideal place to test the durability of constructs and Zonai devices. I'll always remember the look of wonder on Sonia's face the first time we came here.
Wow, so they created the snow? What? They created the snow using a device. A permanently cold place. They created it. I always wondered how this place was frozen. They actually explained why this place was frozen. That's so silly that they would explain that. Frost emitters. That's so cool, dude. What? That's so sci-fi. That's such a sci-fi thing for them to do. Like, to explain that, like, that's kind of fun. All right, now this one is at the center of this monster. He said to test the durability of their machines. What did he say? Let me see. He said, by encircling the island in cold air, we created the ideal place to test the durability of constructs and Zonai devices. So, like, I guess they just, for testing. All right, so the next voice memory is right here. I didn't know this could happen. He doesn't know I'm here. I didn't know this could happen. You can do this? You can do this?
Though the flux constructs can enter a standby mode, reducing energy consumption outside of battle, they remain one of our less energy-efficient creations. Considering their limitations, I would love to improve on their design and give them greater range. But my sister says the ancient schematics for them are quite abstruse.
Wow. So again, in your base, he's referencing ancient schematics. The ancient, yes. So dude, so like they were using like ancient schematics to build Zonai devices and constructs and robots. Schematics that could have been thousands of years old at that point. Like you could imply. That's so cool. That's so interesting, right? Like, what? Dude, I want to know more about the original Zonai people now. The Zonai are even an enigma to their own race. Yeah. Yes, dude. What the heck? All right. There's only 3 more up here. I think we should just go to all of them. Because there's only 3 more up here. Like on these islands. And then there's a bunch like around the whole map, but I'm talking about like the plateau. Let's go to the rest of the plateau ones just for some sort of finality, I suppose. So they didn't even design most of this stuff, right? They were just designing it off of old, yeah, research and schematics, and that's so crazy, dude. All right. Oh, I landed in the wrong place. I wanted to be up there. Frick. Go back here. Warhammer 40k vibes with the STC tech, standard template constructs. Then who made the original schematic? So the idea is that the Zonai had been around for a lot longer than I would have ever anticipated, and that's kind of what they're saying. So basically they're implying that the Zonai people extended far back compared to what just Rauru and Mineru. So when we think of the Zonai, we think of Rauru and Mineru, these 2 goat people that came from the sky and found Hyrule. But what we're realizing, Weirdo of Kings, is that those 2 goat people were the last of a dying civilization. And we're talking about that dying civilization. That is who wrote these constructs. A group of people, a civilization in the Hyrule universe, the Zelda universe, that that were so far in the past, like we don't even know about this ancient civilization. I mean, we could. I think in the future they could expand on the Zonai people. Right? It kind of goes along with this right here.
I do not believe anyone else is as proficient at handling Zonai devices as the Maker constructs. That said, one should be careful around the inventions of less experienced ones. I recall a very chaotic rafting ride when a misaligned fan made it nearly impossible to steer. I was scared half to death throughout. But Queen Sonia enjoyed herself.
So a cute little anecdotal story about how the constructs tend to make a lot of these devices, but you know, be careful about a device made by someone else, and like just kind of being cute. About, you know, so kind of just shedding more light on the fact that the constructs themselves were a big part of, you know, this whole journey. The Maker's constructs, putting stuff together. And then to go back to my point before that voice memory, remember, we actually have this armor that's literally the ancient hero's aspect. And we talk about this armor from the ancient hero, but we never really see this ancient hero. This ancient hero armor could very well be a fragment from this ancient civilization. That's like this is like the perfect example of this ancient civilization that's being talked about, of the Zonai before they declined. Like, I think this armor is a big part of the mystery in this game. The ancient hero. Right? Like, it's such an interesting part of this game. And they even gave me a tail and everything. Like, you turn into a Zonai when you put this armor on. Like, obviously, right? We turn into a Zonai when we wear this, implying that the ancient hero was a Zonai. Yes. Implying that the ancient hero was possibly of Zonai descent. So let's go back to the theory of Hylian NL, that the Zonai were like around when the creation of Hyrule happened. Hylians were supposed to be descendants of the goddess Hylia. Right? Like, that's for sure. So we can't go as far. I was almost going to go as far as saying maybe the Hylians were secretly descendants of Zonai. But maybe that's going too far. Because Hylians are for sure descendants of the goddess Hylia. But you could still go as far as saying that the original hero might have been of Zonai descendants. The original hero might have been of Zonai descendants. Wouldn't that be insane to think, like, the original hero in this universe, the first ever hero to save Hyrule, wasn't actually a Hylian at all? Yeah, maybe a branch of the Zonai features from Zonia. Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. That Zonai, yes, maybe there is some blood blurring because of Sonia and Rauru. Yeah, maybe there is some blood blurring there. Maybe there's a little bit of Zonai in every Hylian. Maybe at this point, maybe at this point in the game, there's a little bit of Zonai in every Hylian. Maybe they are blurred at this point. Yo, good to see you, F and Stefan, by the way. A mud blood. Welcome back in here. Autogirl, good to see you back in here. Smitty as well. All right. We have a couple more voice memories to go, and they're over here. Of course, in this area with no shrine. So we're gonna have to walk there, which is fine. Somebody get this man on Ancestry.com. The royal family is supposed to be of Zonai descent to a degree. The Zonai are thought to be extinct or mysteriously disappeared, with Rauru and Mineru among their last of their kind. That's all there is to that theory. Yeah, right. Exactly. And that's not even a theory. I think that might be somewhat fact based off of the game and what we know about the Zonai. Yeah, I think we were talking about that earlier. Like, according to our knowledge of the Zonai, they were a decline or like extinct race of people. And by the time that the events of the past of Tears of the Kingdom happened, the founding of Hyrule, there was only 2 of them left, right? Okay, here we go. Memory.
On occasion, constructs have been observed forming a line as they wait for an available charging spot. More interestingly, some will give up their place in that line to allow constructs with a greater need to recharge first. Were it that everyone always acted with such empathy.
Wow. So the constructs were kind of like AI, basically. Like artificial intelligence. If they were smart enough to have empathy, then obviously the constructs are more than just robots. Right? Like that's something you could easily extract from that. They're obviously not just robots. If they're capable of empathy, there's no, and I think we all kind of knew that. I think as you play the game, you realize there's a lot more to the constructs than just, they're not just some bolts. That would be crazy, Shadow Mousy. That would be crazy. I don't know what plot they would go for. I honestly would like to see Ocarina of Time's plot for the movie. But I think there's a lot of directions they could go. I think Skyward Sword could be fun, but that's a lot of information to load on the movie watcher. Like the founding of the whole Hyrule and stuff. That's like a lot. I think it would be better if they picked it up in the middle of the timeline and focused on like a certain event that occurred in the history of Zelda. I think Ocarina of Time could be a good place to go. I think Breath of the Wild could be a good place they could go. I think Tears of the Kingdom, but more specifically, the Imprisoning War era could be like a super interesting direction if they wanted to get like super Lord of the Rings on it. Yo, we'll see you later, Alto Girl. I would like an original story. That would be cool. I like that. I agree with that. Yeah, maybe
Our culinary constructs were imparted with knowledge of both cooking meals and concocting medicines. Though they have no taste buds, they learn to mimic the movements we make when tasting food. Even my sister, who gifted them with the ability to learn in the first place, was surprised by what they gleaned through simple observation.
That's cool. So they really are kind of artificial intelligence, because the definition of artificial intelligence is like something that can learn, right? Like that's one. I know that it's a little bit more complicated than that, but the ability to learn is like a big part of what makes AI. So like that's kind of neat how they kind of like reaffirm that again. Right? That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I'm a neural processing computer. A learning computer. I used to always try to quote that, and I always quote it so wrong from the Terminator. A neural processing something. A learning computer. I always try to quote that, but I never remember. Holy heck, man. Nice. So we got all of the Great Sky Plateau voice memories from Rauru, and there's a ton around the map. Now, somebody mentioned Thunderhead Island. Toad did, and I agree. I would like to see the ones in here. These are a little bit tougher to get to, but there's actually there's 3 of them here. And none of them are near Dragon Head Island. In fact, all of them are only in the Thunderhead Islands. And I am very curious about these. So we're going to go ahead and make a speeder bike, and we're going to run up here into Thunderhead, and we're going to see if we can get these memories, because these are a little bit tougher to get our hands on, because this place is tough to navigate without, like, this place is tough to navigate in general. Even though we have calmed the storms, they're tough to navigate in general. Let me go ahead and see if I can get out of here. Okay, right over here. And it seems like the first one is right here. The second one is right here. All right, and let's go ahead and drop us a speeder bike. I think this will be the best way for us to traverse this. All right, and then we're just going to try to hopefully keep the speeder bike as we go to these memories. Man, the first time I came to these islands was so iconic. I tried to explore this place in the dark And I did successfully, but I never found the second shrine here until way later. After I had already, like, made it not so ugly here. Okay, so we're here, but it's not activating. Let's go ahead and activate voice guidance.
Guidance activating. Proceed far north.
Wait, wrong one.
Guidance deactivating. Guidance activating. Proceed downward.
Down. It's below me. Oh, duh. It's down here. Okay, that's obvious. Okay. Can we get a little lightning strike here? Maybe? Do I have to use
Proceed downward.
Do I have to use a special technique? Sure. Oh, is shock fruit gonna work?
Proceed downward.
That's such a cool call out. It does work. That's so cool. What is this? A grave?
I get a strong sense of nostalgia in this place.
Oh, there was a chest here before.
When I was young, I was intensely interested in finding and studying treasure maps. Before I knew it, I had become quite familiar with the topography of the Sky Islands and, incidentally, with Zonai devices. Nothing motivates one to learn like a healthy sense of curiosity.
Oh, so this was a treasure map here. Ah, I get it. It's called treasure maps. And this was one of the treasure maps, and he's commenting on the treasure maps. Yeah, he called them Sky Islands. He did. I get a strong sense of nostalgia in this place. When I was young, I was intensely interested in finding and studying treasure maps. Before I knew it, I had become quite familiar with the topography of the Sky Islands and incidentally with the Zonai devices. So hold on a second. So is this implying that some of the islands were already raised before the rest of them got raised? That maybe some of the islands were already up here before they raised the Temple of the Time? Like, is that like a fair thing to maybe imply? That there was already islands up here? Because if in order for Rauru to share a memory talking about Sky Islands, that would mean that Rauru knew about Sky Islands before he stuck his hand on Ganon's chest before Mineru raised them. Because remember, Mineru raised the Sky Islands after he locked himself up with Ganon. We're talking about the Temple of Time. This is confirmed because of these tablets in the game. These ancient tablets talk about how after Zelda did the deed, after Rauru sacrificed himself, then the Temple of Time was raised. So that's confirmed. So I assumed all of them were raised at the same time. I always assumed all of the Sky Islands were raised at the same time. That's not true. And he talks about exploring them as a kid. Yeah, that's not true. And this makes sense because of Skyward Sword, right? Because like Skyward Sword told us that there were islands in the sky for a long time, even after, you know, Hyrule was eventually founded and all that stuff. There was these Sky Islands. Do we think they just went away? Do we think that, oh, after the events of Skyward Sword, all the Sky Islands just went away? I mean, I almost think it's kind of funny that we ever even maybe
OMG,
thought
you're
that.
still here.
Because in all reality, there was and then look at Twilight. Wait, hold on a second. It's all making sense. Because then Twilight Princess shows access to the Sky Islands again that were still obviously in the sky even after the events of Ocarina of Time. So I never made the connection. I never really accepted that some of these islands could be some of the same islands that we were engaging with in Skyward Sword. I never considered that. I never considered, dude, some of these islands up here could be some of the same islands we discovered in Skyward Sword. There might even be references on these islands that I never caught because I was never thinking that way. There could be references on some of these islands to like Skyward Sword stuff. I believe the Sky Islands is the kingdom Rauru and Mineru descended from in the Sonia Hyrule Inception story. So this is their old kingdom. This is their old kingdom. But this was raised up. The Great Sky Island, the plateau, was raised up from Hyrule itself. We can imply that this was the only thing that Mineru uplifted. And that outside of this was all their old kingdom. This was all their old kingdom. Maybe not so disjointed. Maybe it was more together back then, right? Who knows? I want to say only the Temple of Time was lifted by Mineru. I do think that that's a fair theory because of the way the Temple of Time is kind of like jimmied on the side of it. And they never say that Mineru lifts more than the Temple of Time. You could be right about that. I think you actually are right about that because they never imply that Mineru lifted anything but the Temple of Time. They never even get close to implying that. And if you look at like the architecture and the plants and all the stuff that are on the Sky Island, none of it matches Hyrule. Right. So I think you're right about that. I think it was only the Temple of Time that was lifted. I found a cool map of the layout of Skyward Sword and the Sky Islands and how similar they are. Skyward Sword Sky Islands compared to TOTK map. Let's see. Oh my God. Like, this is a fun map. Look at this, dude. Look at this. Look how fun this is. The Temple of Time / Hylia. This is where the Temple of Time is. The Knights Academy was here. Like, this is like really cool. They've like overlaid some of the original Skyward Sword stuff. Like they like kind of overlaid it. This is the one yeah, this is kind of cool, right? Like, look at this. The bizarre, like this is kind of neat actually. The castle in Breath of the Wild has the song notes embedded into it, and the layout is the same for the time portal. The castle in Breath of the Wild has the song notes embedded into it, and the layout's the same for the time portal. That's crazy. They reference Skyward Sword a lot in this game. Have you guys noticed that? Like with all the goddess statues, the springs that you obviously travel to in Skyward Sword, the same springs, right? All right, let's see if we can travel to the next area here. We're heading to this marker. They reference Skyward Sword a lot in this game. A lot. The statues are the big wake-up call, but the springs... I wonder if some of the dungeons from Skyward Sword... Oh! Memory.
The people on the surface believe this to be proof of the lightning dragon's divine protection. In actuality, it is a lightning rod the Zonai constructed to prevent lightning strikes. Perhaps this is how belief in the lightning dragon began. I wonder how often belief results from unrelated coincidence.
Interesting. So he says, what a strange comment. So he says, the people on the surface believe this to be proof of the lightning dragon's divine protection. In actuality, this is a lightning rod the Zonai constructed to prevent lightning strikes. So he's commenting on, we see these designs in the Faron wetlands. Look at, we're literally right above the Faron wetlands. Right? So he's literally, we see these designs in the Faron wetlands. And he's commenting on people saw these as like messages from the gods, but in all reality, they were Zonai technology. Yeah, he's like dismissing folklore. Because we see these designs all over the surface, for sure. That's kind of sick. That's kind of cool. It's just a coincidence, bro. Don't overthink it. All right, and the last memory is up here. The last memory is up here. Let's go up there and see what he has to say. I assume the wetlands also had lightning rods in their structures long ago. Yeah, and remember, you kind of use a lightning rod to clear up the storm up here, right? The quest where you clear up the storm up here, don't you use like a big mega lightning rod or something like that? It's something like that. It's been a while. All right, here we are. The last one up here. It's the whole island, the picture.
This was originally a port where materials from the depths were imported and stored, but it is currently being managed by my sister as a construct warehouse. Security is unusually tight. Even I had trouble coming here. But knowing my sister, she has her reasons.
Whoa, so the depths gets mentioned? The depths gets mentioned. This was originally a port. So they're saying this right here, this island. The picture that they show in the memory is this island right here. And they say this was originally a port where materials from the depths were imported and stored, but it is currently being managed by my sister as a construct warehouse. Security is unusually tight. Even I had trouble coming here. I wonder where we are in the depths here. So we're kind of close to the construct factory, which is, I knew that. I was about to say that. We're kind of close to the construct factory here. And we're kind of close to the altar and the way that you get down to the 5th dungeon. Right? We're like close to all of this. Yeah, exactly, in your base, dude. You instantly figured it out as well. So it would make sense that this would kind of be like a potential port here. I just think that it's interesting for them to world build in that direction. That this was used as a place to receive materials back and forth from the depths. Like, what a kind of interesting, like, little moment of world building here. Like, and there is a platform directly below us. Look. Can't stress enough, as a Zelda lore lover, the notes are great tidbits. They're so fun, dude. It's so fun. I didn't go into the Zelda notes expecting them to answer all of the questions, right? I knew personally that like it was going to be more about world building and stuff. And that being said, my expectations have been met and exceeded. Not only is it exactly that, a tool to help further world build and help you further immerse yourself into this world, but also they've managed to really talk about a couple subjects that allow us to have a lot of fun speculating on stuff that could have maybe occurred or how the events of things unfolded. That's really cool, man. So they managed to not only give me tidbits about stuff that are really, you know, vessels to speculate, but also some good world building. Just some stuff like, yeah, this is what this was used for. Think about that, you know, put that in your noggin. And you're just kind of like, oh, cool. Like now I can kind of close my eyes and think about what this area would have looked like a hustling and bustling port connecting the depths. You know, like that's the first thing I did up there was like, I pictured what this place might've looked like with all of these items and stuff traveling, you know? Dude, rarely do I see a piece of the sky fall all the way down. Why is this game gorgeous? Dude, even the rocks falling down look prettier in this game. Even the stupid rocks falling down look prettier. Holy heck, dude. Dude, what a blast. What an absolute blast. All right, we're going to call it here today, and we'll be back either tomorrow or the day after. There's a chance I might take tomorrow off. And if I do, I'll let y'all know in the Discord. I did actually mark it off right now. So I might go ahead and give myself a day tomorrow, and then I'll be back on Friday, or I'll just be here tomorrow and we'll hang out and we're going to do some more Zelda. This week's kind of a Zelda week. I didn't want to call it that because it's kind of cheesy. And, you know, I don't want everything to be a week, but I'm definitely looking to play a lot of Zelda this week. So if you're a fan of other games, don't worry too much because there's a good chance that I will revisit still some other games. Like I'm looking to still play some Rune Factory this week. I meant it when I said it. I'm still looking to play some Rune Factory this week. And I'd love to get back into a little bit of ACNH and some ACGC. And of course, you know I've been itching to play some Mario Kart. And you know I've been itching to play some more Fantasy Life. So I'm going to do my best to rotate that stuff in, but we're focusing on Zelda this week. For sure. I want to get back into Skyward Sword. I want to keep playing Tears of the Kingdom. So we're going to be doing plenty of Zelda action there. So we'll see. We'll see if I come back tomorrow though. I'm not sure. I feel like I want to take another day off. So like I said, I'm going to go ahead and mark it as a day off. And if I show up tomorrow, the best way to keep up with the show is to join the Discord or to turn on the notifications here on Twitch. All right. So consider doing that. And otherwise, I'll leave a message in the Twitch chat at around 7:30. And I'll also leave a message in the title. I usually try to provide you multiple avenues to find out if I'm streaming that day. The main one is the channel in the Discord. That's the best way to find out. Otherwise, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for being here and for hanging out today. Yeah, I'm definitely okay with moving forward here and taking a breather today. So on that note, this is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. Thank you everyone so much for coming out today. I want to quickly shout out all my supporters. Zoe67, thank you for the Prime 49, by the way. I hope I said thank you for that. Tales from the Fandom, Number One Special, Minty Mont, Raichi, Alt075. Shout out to all the supporters, bits, subs, donations, YouTube members, daily check-ins, lurkers, mods. Couldn't do this without you, fam. I love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. On that note, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace. Hit them cat jams, baby. I'll see y'all next time. Peace.